Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting. We call me 6:11. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land which to live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory. Traditional lands of Cree Dene and unceded territories Métis. Just 1 second, we seem to have a problem with the teams there. Can you hear us there now, Councillor Ball? Thank you. And again, I just want to humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. For the record this evening, we have Councillor Ball, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Boussier, and Councillor Cardinal joining us via Teams. And Councillor, you just have your cameras on for voting purposes if needed. And being mindful of the quantity of items on tonight's agenda, we are going to be... We can get that fixed. We'll be concluding the meeting at 10:30, moving unfinished items to the special council meeting on May 20th, 2025. So if you're a registered delegate on any of those items, Legislative Services will contact you on the process and with further details. And if anyone in attendance wishes to address any of the items on the council agenda this evening, please register with Legislative Services to my right before the start of that agenda item. And moving forward, can I have someone make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
And thanks for the second, Councillor Ball. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Online show of hands. Thank you, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Cardinal, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogard, do you want to just show of hands? Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Moving on, consent agenda. Does anyone wish to move any items from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can someone make that motion? Councillor Grandison?
Oops. Hang on a sec, Mr. Mayor. I think I've got a confusing... We're not adding anything, correct?
6.
Page 6. Thank you. I'm on the wrong page. That's why it doesn't look familiar. All right. I move that the recommendations contained in item 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7 be adopted.
Thank you, and thanks for the second, Councillor Walkman. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thanks, Councillor McGrath.
Sounds like the aliens are coming.
Councillor Boussier and Councillor Cardinal, we didn't register your vote.
Councillor McGrath, you hear what's going on there, or we lost them?
Yeah, I made a couple of signals. I think they're having some trouble internally.
Okay, we'll check on that right now.
I believe that momentarily we'll be back.
So give me a signal for there's trouble.
Yes, sir. The piece is okay. 2 pieces is not okay.
What's your are we back online here? We hot?
we're still at two pieces. So the simplified, we'll give you down. Okay, so to simplify, I'll go thumbs down or thumbs up.
Well, since anybody else can't hear us, I guess it's good to hope everybody else is doing okay with this.
Yeah, no, I think, the sun is good, the rain is good, Kendrick's good.
Just a test there, Councilor McGrath and Councilor Cardinal, can you hear us?
Yes, now we can hear you, sir. This is the first time we can hear you properly.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath.
And Lance put the thumbs up. And
Okay, thank you. We'll continue then. I think we have the problem fixed. So moving along, this evening I'd like to address National Day of Awareness for MMIWG2S Plus People Proclamation. And the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited Plus people is a systematic national crisis that requires urgent action. And whereas Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or disappear, and are more than 6 in 10 Indigenous women report having been physically or sexually assaulted. And whereas Missing and Murdered and Exploited Indigenous Peoples, MMIEIP, recognize the importance of acknowledging the violence committed against Indigenous boys, men, and gender-diverse persons. And whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo supports the Justice-Related Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action and the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirited Plus people, to honor and remember the people and families impacted by this ongoing national tragedy. And whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo commits to creating greater understanding and awareness of the ongoing violence committed against Indigenous peoples in Buffalo. Now therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, hereby proclaim May 5th, 2025 as National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirited Plus people. And first on the agenda, we have the report on the 2024 Audit Consolidation Financial Statements. I'd like to invite Corporate Services up to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me this evening is Andrew Geary and Sanjeev Rajani, representatives from Deloitte LLP, who have provided the external audit of the consolidated financial statements. I will provide an overview of the changes from 2023 to 2024, followed by Deloitte's audit overview. Your agenda package included the council report, followed by the electronic version of the financial statements and the audit management letter. The consolidated statement of financial position, or balance sheet, represents a $57.3 million increase in net financial assets. This increase is driven by increases to cash and cash equivalents of $5.5 million, increased taxes and grants in lieu receivable of $5 million, increased trade and other receivables of $9 million, reductions in inventories held for resale of $1 million. Portfolio investments have increased by $36.5 million, primarily due to market interest rate reductions in 2024. Changes in liabilities include increased accounts payable and accrued liabilities of $17.6 million, offset by a reduction in other liabilities totaling $19.9 million. The Statement of Consolidated Operations shows a 2024 annual surplus of $37.5 million, which is primarily driven by federal and provincial grants for cost-sharing agreements of $37.3 million, which is a change of $46.6 million from the negative 2023 position of $8.2 million. Total revenue in 2024 increased by $58.9 million compared to 2023. This includes increased property tax revenue of $25.9 million due to the actual municipal taxes received. The tax revenue budget was based on the 2024 tax rate bylaw approved by Council in May of 2024. an increase in government transfers of $16.5 million related to various grants, and an increase of $11.6 million to the return on investments. Sales and user charges saw an increase of $5.6 million related to unbudgeted user fee increases, a reduction in fine revenue of $2.8 million related to the cancellation of the red light camera program. And in 2023, there was one-time funding for cost-sharing initiatives, initiative, which resulted in revenue being $5.4 million lower than 2024. There was also a reduction of $28.8 million for grants related to capital projects, which is offset by an increase of $16.5 million in grants related to operating. Grant recognition is dependent on the progress related to the funding criteria. Total expenses in 2024 decreased by $15.5 million within most expense categories. The year 2024 ended with a transfer of $22 million to the Capital Infrastructure Reserve towards the Asset Management Plan. Andrew and Sanjeev will now provide an overview of the audit findings.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow councillors. I am very happy to report we have completed the audit of the 2024 consolidated financial statements of the municipality. Those statements are prepared in accordance with public sector accounting standards. Our audit's completed in accordance with Canadian auditing standards. The audit is conducted on an independent basis, so I'm happy to update you that we have not identified anything that would impact our independence from the municipality. And we have indeed completed the audit, and so are ready to issue our audit opinion once this financial statements are approved by yourselves and receipt of the representation letter from administration. That opinion that we will issue is a clean, unmodified opinion, so nothing to report that would impact our audit opinion. In conducting the audit, sorry, is it coming through okay? Yeah, okay. We used a materiality of $28 million. That was in line with our audit plan that we presented back in the fall. And based on that, our reporting threshold for any misstatements would be $1.4 million. The significant risk areas that we focused on, again, in accordance with our plan, was administration override of controls, presumed risk of fraud related to revenue recognition, and the existence, completeness, classification, and valuation of tangible capital assets. We completed our work in these areas with nothing to report. We have provided a list of any uncorrected misstatements in the administration representation letter. I can confirm that none of those were either qualitatively or quantitatively material and do not impact our ability to issue our audit report. We did not identify any significant deficiencies in control in the control environment regarding financial reporting. We are working with administration to finalize any recommendations coming out of the audit, and we will share those in due course. That was everything I wanted to communicate. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Banjogo.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I just want a clarification about this point that in 2023, there was one-time funding received for a cost-sharing initiative, resulting in the amount of $5.4 million. But it says lower in 2024, resulting in other revenue being $5.4 million lower in 2024. That point is not clear to me.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, what I spoke to was a reduction in revenue observed, and that was related to the fact that in 2023, we had a one-time grant of $5.4 million. So the change year over year was that we didn't recognize anything for that particular grant in 2024.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Benjoko. Do we have any other questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the nice presentation, like always. I just want to see that 24 year has been 2024 has been very lucky that we are increasing our revenue by 58.9 million. You have mentioned all these things where it is getting increased. What is a single factor that is it every year? You know, this is the first time I'm feeling, listening that so much there's an increase of revenue.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the purpose of the financial statements are to represent a change year over year. I can't speak to prior years. I've been very focused on the 2024 statements. It's not unusual for there to be changes year over year. I'm sorry, I'm not quite clear on what the question is.
No, is it because of any one factor, because CEO was new and probably he did some magic or you see, it is not understood to me why there is so much of increase.
So through the chair to the question, in 2024, there was a total of $58.9 million additional revenue compared to 2023. 25.9 million of that was related to increased property tax revenue. 16.5 million was grants, additional government grants that we hadn't received in prior years. And we had 11.6 million to the return on investments, which was higher than the prior year. So sales and user charges, there was an additional 5.6 million that hadn't been budgeted for. There was a reduction of 2.8 million on fine revenue, and then the reduction of the 5.4 million for the grant that Councillor Benjoko was asking about. And then there was a change in grants from capital and operating, where we received 28.8 million less in capital grants and an additional 16.5 million. So in total, as stated in the council report, that speaks to the overall changes that accounts for the $58.9 million increase.
Thank you. I can see this. And there is the encouraging and a good positive report is that the expenses decreased by 15.5 million. Good, well done. Thank you.
Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. To our CFO, what would be the variance of our industrial tax revenue income?
To the chair to Councillor McGrath, I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
I'm sorry. What would be the variance, plus or minus, from our intake of industrial tax, of the road industrial tax?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I don't have that level of detail in front of me right now, but I can certainly get the team.
What was our aggregate? In your report, what's our aggregate number?
But that's consolidated though, right? Yeah. Designated industrial properties. No, that's not correct. Right. Yeah, but we don't have the actual designated industrial properties. Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, we don't have that level of detail in front of us right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, and I guess just to right back to my fellow councillor, Papa Dogar, I guess it'd be fair to say the uptake on our, on some of our intake would be because we're charging for things we haven't charged for in years, and this council had to make that decision to get caught up. I think we'll see some revenue streams. And the other, I guess, through the chair would be an observation. Mentioned that there was a $2.9 million fine loss from voter radar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but 3 years ago, it cost us the same to have. But we asked at one point, that's just a ticket. But we never did get the value of people not having to get tied up for weeks in courts and stuff. So I think the number greater than that. But just a couple of observations. I think when you're new here, it all sounds wonderful. And some of the grants that we get in this year, we should have had them for 10 or 12 years. But not to be a downer, but just to share that information for the guys that haven't been around that long. We're actually charging for utilities that we haven't. That's going to be an upcharge. And voter radar just cost the citizens a fortune over the years. So it was not a loss in my mind. It was actually the best thing that happened in a long time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Do we have any questions for the presenters? I'm not seeing any more, so thank you. Do we have any delegates this item?
No, Mayor Bowman, we don't have any delegates.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2024 audited consolidated financial statements for the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo for the year ending December 31st, 2024 be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Thank you, Councilor Ball, for the second. Does Council have any other comments, debate points, or questions? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is to Deloitte Group. Does this kind of audit also include procurement auditing?
To Councillor Bonjoko through the chair, no, it doesn't. The audit is focused on the financial statements and the accuracy of the financial statements. So,
okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bonjoko. Any other comments, debate points, or questions? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor McGrath? Oh, thank you, Councilor McGrath. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, Lori. Oh, someone needs to add you in and fix that and adjust it. Are you in favor? Okay. Still unanimous. It's going to be a night of crisis, of electronic crisis. I'll now move on to public hearing, bylaw number 25/009, land use bylaw text amendment to the city center area redevelopment, special area floor area ratio regulations. Before I start the public hearing before I declare it being open, just quick processes. The following the public hearing, an opening statement will come from the applicant. We'll then move into written submissions and hear verbal submissions from the speakers present, followed by questions from council. To conclude, we will hear closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. So right now, I hereby declare the public hearing open. So whenever you're ready, Amanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Such Chanjiak, Manager of Development Planning, and Ermias Amu, Acting Supervisor of Development Permitting. Before you this evening is a site-specific land use bylaw text amendment to increase the floor area ratio from 2.0 to 10.0 on lands legally described as Lot 26, Block 13, Plan 2322771. The floor area ratio is a measurement of a building's total floor area compared to the size of the lot it's built on. It is calculated by dividing the total floor area of all buildings or a building on a site by the area size of the lot itself. This amendment, if approved, will allow for 5 times more building square footage on the site listed. The subject property is located at the corner of Franklin Avenue and Morrison Street. It was previously owned by the municipality, and at council's direction, the lands were sold to SMG Builders with the condition that the developer start construction by April 2024. However, at the request of the developer, the construction start date was later extended by council to June 30th, 2025. The amendment before you this evening is required in order for SMG Builders to develop a 15-story mixed-use building on the subject property as described in their development permit application. The proposed development includes commercial, retail, medical, clinics, laboratories, and residential uses. As part of the amendment process, notification of the proposed change was given to all properties within 60 meters of the subject property earlier on this year. The proposed amendment was also circulated to municipal departments and external stakeholders for comments. No comments opposing the amendment were received. The applicant also hosted a public open house at McDonald Island Park on February 10th, 2025 to inform the public about the proposed amendment. An engagement report submitted by the applicant has been included in council's package for information, and overall comments were supportive. If approved, this land use bylaw amendment will allow the development permit application to move forward. Subject to minor revisions and payment of off-site levies and securities, administration would then be able to issue the development permit to the applicant. The applicant may then apply for a building permit and, upon approval, start construction on the site. The development proposal received aligns with the municipal development plan and the downtown area redevelopment plan. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to make sure now I'm talking about the right building lot. Is this the old AW location that we never put out to public tender? We just selected the buyer, and the one that we negotiated in public.
Through the chair.
I want to make sure where I'm going with this. I'm confused because I guess through the chair, that deal back then was there supposed to be some screws and bolts in the ground by now?
Councilor McGrath, just to keep everyone on track, what the amendment is tonight.
I know what the amendment is, but before they bring the amendment back, I want to make sure we're actually following the first thing we passed. So I think it's a fair question for a councillor to ask to the chair. Was there supposed to be some activity on that property up till the day before this amendment? I think that's a fair question, Mayor. I don't want to sound like I'm getting heavy-handed.
No, we'll wait for administration there, Councilor McGrath.
But it's a fair question as a councillor, as an elected councillor in the MGA. If I didn't ask that question this evening, I'm not doing my job.
Through the chair to the question, the location is the previous A&W site in the downtown. There was a council meeting in January of 2024, which there was a motion that was passed that took the land requirement for construction from April 2024 and pushed it out to June 30th of 2025. And that was in a public council meeting.
So there's been no activity on the property, but there's no expected activity on the property or no committed activity on the property until June?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. So this evening, it's a land use bylaw amendment to...
Yes, I understand that, Mrs. Heides, because if I was selling a Cadillac and instead started a cruise ship, I'd probably get more money. All I'm saying is that there's an amendment to a a structure that we passed. There's a picture on it, Frank, but now we're going to go to 15 stories with the amendment. That's all I'm asking. Because, you see, I learned a lot through the Parsons deal. Some of our land, we are landlocked by the province, but now we're landlocking ourselves. And I want to make sure that the people downtown that never had the chance to buy that land, they're not going to get double-handed again. Now, I know the guy with the microphone on or the headphones, but I imagine with legal or something like that. But I get confused because we seem to go one route because I think the consensus was back then it wasn't going to be like a big tall building.
Do you want to? We can get that in debate. Councilor McGrath, you have a question there?
No problem. No problem. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Through the chair to the question, just for public record, this was an unsolicited offer that came to the municipality, and the sale was in the public realm, and it did happen at council for approval.
Okay. Thanks, Director Owen. Councilor Cardinal, do you still have a question?
Sorry,
Councilor.
Sorry, I just went did.
Councilor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, just curious why it's taken so long to come back to council. I believe the land deal was started in December of 2022. Just curious why the applicant has taken so long to come back, or has the issue been on the RM?
Through the chair to the question, later on this evening, you would likely have the opportunity to ask the applicant that question. But initially, when the construction was supposed to occur by April of 2024, the applicant had come forward requesting that there be an extension, and it was approved by council, pushing it out to January 30th of 2025. In order for any development or any activity to occur on the site for construction, a development permit is required. However, the development permit itself also requires a land use bylaw amendment, which is before you this evening. And the responsibility for that land use bylaw amendment is on the applicant or the developer or the builder in this case. So administration, we took in the development permit when we received it, and now we're before council requesting the land use bylaw amendment on behalf of the applicant.
So just to be clear through the chair, any delays that have occurred between December of 2022 to today are not the responsibility of the RM.
Through the chair to the question, administration has been throughout this process, and we've been processing the applications as they're coming forward.
Okay, one last question. Prior to this bylaw, text bylaw amendment, what was the maximum stories you could put on that lot? Floors.
Through the chair to the question, such you may be able to add more depth or bias, but today as we speak, the floor area ratio is 2 times the lot size. So you're looking at, depending on the size of the building, probably around 2-3 stories. If there's further clarity, please go ahead.
Through the chair to the question, currently under the land use bylaw, there's no limits to how tall the building can be built. However, there's regulations that there's floor area ratio regulations that would restrict the size of the building. Under the current regulation, the maximum FAR or floor area ratio permitted for that site is 2, and that means depending on the lot area is approximately 2,100 square meters. So the maximum floor area that the developer could build with an FAR of 2 would be 2 times the lot area, and that could be built in different configurations. If the developer chooses to build on the entire site, then the number of stories that the developer would be able to build would be 4. But however, that could, depending on how the building is configured on the site, the number of stories would vary as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just one last question. Given the information that was floating out in the public after this offer was accepted, I believe I I seen sketches or artist drawings anywhere from 9 to 11 to 14 stories. That building would not have been permitted, correct? Given the floor area ratio?
Through the chair to the question, yes, the current proposal that we've received would not be allowed under the current regulations if the amendment is not approved by council, and that's why an amendment is in front of council to allow for that proposed development to take place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Boucher. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I guess my question would be: is it shouldn't have been? Was this not communicated with them initially?
Through the chair to the question, the applicant has been aware of the restrictions on the site. However, administration, we can't limit or restrict people from what they decide to share on their social media or on their websites.
Well, I'm thinking that would somehow have some effect on how communication is, if it's going to be public, and we are public here. I'm just kind of wrap my head around this, because we when we first did the motion to approve this, that I believe it was Councilor McGrath that mentioned that lands that were shared amongst everybody was, I'd say, invalid, but.
Through the chair, if I may, Planning and Development had advised the applicant that the current floor area regulations do not permit the kind of structure that they were contemplating on site. The applicant had known this for quite a bit of time, more than a year. From what I remember, we had a pre-application meeting with the applicant back in October of 2023, and this information was shared with them at that point. And so the applicant is aware that given the current regulations, the building that they're contemplating on site would not be permissible under the current land use bylaw regulations.
I appreciate the context. I guess what's the I forgot my question.
I can go to the next person, Councilor Cardinal, and come back to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. So one of the key things for us, and I think for me, is will this project be starting in June of this year, which is in a few weeks? If all things being equal tonight, are we going to see some movement on that land? Did you have that discussion with the buyer of the property?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we as administration cannot guarantee that the project will start on land. Our job as administration is to ensure that the permits are processed on time. If someone applies for a permit, we will give them a permit should the regulations allow us to do so. In this case as well, the current regulations don't allow us to give out the permit that the applicant is seeking. That's why we are in front of council to change the regulations. If the regulations are changed tonight, we will be able to give a permit to the applicant based on which they can choose to start construction prior to June 30th, or they can choose to not start construction. So we as administration cannot guarantee whether or not the construction would start. We can ensure, or we can inform council that the development permits for the site are being issued in a timely manner.
Okay, I think maybe I'll wait for more information when we get more presentations, but I believe this was one of the conditions that we gave as a council. And I would like a comment from the director, if my memory serves me right.
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. So under the sale agreement, the initial date was April 2024, and it was updated to June 30th of 2025.
So it's still a condition?
That's
It
correct.
was just moved?
That is a condition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe how we you had said that it aligned with the strategic plan. Maybe how does it align with the strategic plan? Does bylaw change?
Through the chair to the question, within both the city center area redevelopment plan and the municipal development plan, it supports economic development, business and growth, and two, it also supports activity in the downtown core itself. There are specific uses that are listed on this particular site that aligns with the city center as well, and that would include retail, medical, residential, office.
Thank you for that. How many times have the plans changed?
Through the chair to the question, there's, in my understanding, there may have been some iterations of the applicant's site design, but for the most part, it's been maintained pretty consistent what the original intention has been for the site. It's been intended to be a larger scale medical complex that also has the ability to house residential and specifically some of the housing requirements for the professionals on site.
In our initial agreement to build the building or in our initial contract or the agreement, did it state a deadline on there? I can't remember.
Through the chair to the question, sorry, if you can just provide a little bit more clarity.
A deadline for building or operation. Go ahead, whatever. I don't know the word is, but correct me, please. I do not have it at the top of my tongue. At the tip of my tongue, sorry.
Through the chair to the question, so in the agreement itself, the June 30th, 2025 date was when they were to start construction. My understanding is that 2026, there had to be substantial completion or close to for the project. But we do have Bryn Armstrong from our land administration team that can provide further context if that would be useful.
No, I think, well, she's got more to add. I guess I think it's important that she provides a little context.
Sure.
Through the chair to the question, the original motion indicated that construction needed to commence by April of 2024. And then the further motion, the construction date was pushed to June of 2025. There are a few more stipulations. Just give me 1 minute here. So construction needs to be completed by June 30th of 2028.
What happens if it's not? Do we come back and do the same thing over?
Through the chair to the question, if the grantor fails to complete construction by that date, we do have the option to, sorry, just give me 1 minute here. If the grantor fails to complete construction, we do have the option to repurchase the property at 80% of the original purchase price.
Wonder when we're actually going to see some action on there, because we've been going around in circles with this, but I got no more questions. I think it's important to have, I'll wait till the debate. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions for the presenters? I'm not seeing
I
any.
do.
Oh,
One more.
go ahead, Councilor Cardinal.
How? No, I'm not gonna bag this out. Okay, I'm good, thanks.
Thanks. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Such. Can we now have the opening comments from Kumar Architecture Ltd? They're online. Yes, so if you just want to introduce yourself and go ahead.
Mayor and Council. This is Rajesh Kumar. I am the design architect representing SMG. And this is a public hearing presentation, and I believe I put the timer on. I've been asked to only have 5 minutes for this. Let me put the timer on. Hopefully this will be finished within 5 minutes. This is a public hearing presentation for the SMG Medical Center located at 10025 Franklin Avenue, Fort McMurray, Alberta. The subject site is located on a corner lot at the intersection of Franklin Avenue and Morrison Street, and approximately 100 meters north of Highway 63. Presently, the zoning is CBDI, Downtown Major Development Zone. The site area is 2,172.9 square meters, and the total building floor area we are building up is 13,909 square meters. We are looking for a DP tax amendment and to make it maximum FAR of 10, which we are right now utilizing only 6.40. We have 1 level down and we have 15 levels up. On the underground level, that's 1 level down, we have a parkade. And on the main floor, we have commercial, retail for the development. We have floor 2 to 5th are for the parkade. And we have medical facilities for 9 up floors, which are from 6th floor to 14th floor. We have a residential floor on the 15th floor. That's the topmost floor we have. The total building height is 55.60 meters or 15 stories. And the parking required is 218 parking stalls, and we are providing 258 parking stalls. The barrier-free requirement for this development is 6 parking stalls. We are providing 12 parking stalls. And the total number of loading space required are 2 stalls. We are providing 2 stalls. And for the bike parking required is 33. We are providing 10 bike parking onto the main entrance on the main floor and 23 parkings on the parkade for the bike. Now let's talk about the design principles. I hope you have seen the rendering of this building. This is a postcard building that helps create a new skyline for the downtown in the Fort McMurray. The design presents interesting architectural features on Franklin Avenue and Morrison Street. Located on a corner block, the proposed building will offer the chance to be a prominent landmark with distinct facade. The building has been articulated using contrasting materials which are long-lasting and durable, with varying textures and glazing to give it a contemporary identity. The building has an outdoor amenity area on top of the podium, that is the 6th floor, as well as on the 15th floor, which contains outdoor seating, planters, etc. Being at the corner, the site provides dual frontage to the building. The design focus on the use of extensive glass, contrasting panels, and slender vertical walls, which contribute to the modern aesthetic look. The step massing and accent colors add visual interest to the overall form of the prominent urban downtown setting. To add more interest in the building, we have a large canopy to the entrance, which defines the main entrance. That also give a contrasting canopy materials. We are also providing a canopy materials to the glazing and brick facade, which helps to direct the user to access the building main entrances. We are also providing a barrier-free access on the main floor to improve accessibility traffic. the major building services of the facilities like refuse, recycling, and services area are provided to the rear of the building. That helps overall meet the urban design guidelines. Also, at the end, I would like to say, I think I'm running short of time. The design provides a consistent level of illumination throughout the site to create a friendly and welcoming approach. In addition, the design provides measures to limit light pollution, ensuring lighting does not project beyond the boundaries of the site. Site lighting also be placed behind building in laneway and in low traffic area to add the site security. With this, I would like to say thank you for listening to my presentation. And I hope that this building in the future will fit right for this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Please,
Do we have any? Thank you.
Sorry,
questions from Council? Councilor McGrath? Might be on mute, Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation and the rendition and the explanation what you're crafting and designing for that corner. I guess the below level, would that be your parking?
Yes, sir.
How many parking stalls will be underneath your building?
On the main,
Roughly.
okay, 258 total, 55 below grade, 55 one level below grade, and 203 above grade.
You'll have a wraparound, like a wraparound parkade somewhere in that structure.
Correct.
And just, I guess, for the good news of the good citizens here in Wood Buffalo, would it be like a quarter billion project? Would it be, like some just like in today's construction costs? What do you think the budget is going to be?
Like, it's more than 20 million plus cost for the whole project.
More than 20 million? The underground parking and
no, not underground parking. The overall project of the cost.
Is what I'm saying, sir.
Mm-hmm.
It should guarantee to be north of 20 million because the underground parking and your structures above for the other 210 lots, that would eat your first 20 million. I'm just wondering how big and bold this project is. I just wonder what kind of price tag. We haven't seen that kind of construction in years, so that's why it's so exciting.
Thank you.
But what would be roughly the budget?
For the underground parkade, it would be around for the whole building. It's going to be 20 million plus, and the way that it's been done, it looks like we are going to go for. I'm not too sure how much, but I'm a designer, not a cost consultant. So hopefully, I'm looking for upward trend from 10 feet plus.
Yeah, but what you just presented us this evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
You went from the first floor to the main lobby to the atrium to the structures. Somewhere in there, there's a. I just want to. Sometimes we don't celebrate our own success. When you say 20 million, the cement will be 20 million. But appreciate what you're doing. Just sometimes it's hard to get a real number here. You know what I mean?
Correct. I agree with you. Yeah.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Do we have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing it, so thank you, Mr. Kumar. Do we have any registered delegates for this?
For written submissions, First Mayor Bowman, we do not have any written submissions for the record. And for verbal delegates, our first delegate is Vicky Kosmak-LaFrance, and she's on Teams.
Whenever you're ready, Vicky, just state your name for the record. And I think you're on mute. And just you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain on topic and remain online for questions, please.
Certainly. My name is Vicki Kosmak-LaFriends. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm speaking today as a Fort McMurray resident in support of the proposed bylaw amendment related to the construction of this SMG medical complex. My husband and I have lived in Fort McMurray for nearly 15 years, and I'm a small business owner. And for over the last 20 years, I've been providing technical writing and consulting services to the mining sector. I like many aspects about this medical complex and feel strongly enough about them to be here today to speak. As a resident, what I like about the SMG medical complex, first off, it fills a need. Fort McMurray and the surrounding communities will benefit greatly from the mixed-use medical facility of this type with its proposed medical services. The reality is of life are that things happen and medical help is required. If we as residents have access to specialized tests and services right here in town, then we don't have to keep driving to Edmonton and elsewhere and overnighting there. Especially if you're not well, that's the least desirable time to go for a 5-hour drive. There are costs involved with every one of those trips out of town too. Physical costs, gas, food, possibly hotels, and cost in terms of the time away from home and family and potential lost wages. In fact, I myself will be making one of those trips next week. Second, I think this downtown location is very convenient. The facility will be nicely situated in the heart of downtown Fort McMurray, right on Franklin Avenue, and it ties in closely with the desired downtown revitalization efforts on which the municipality has worked and continues to work very hard. The clients of SMG Medical Complex may be likely to visit neighboring businesses, shopping, and services as well, further incentivizing downtown revitalization. The next item I'd like to talk about is job creation, because a project like this is great for local job creation. It's interesting, when I drive through Edmonton or Calgary, I see a lot of construction going on in those communities. And despite your hard efforts, there is not a lot of new construction happening here in Fort McMurray. This project will create construction jobs for the first couple of years, and then there will be further job creation once the medical offices and services are opened. These are good paying jobs and will provide employment locally and also help attract medical professionals to the area. This project is a good draw to the area and will attract further development. It will also provide tax revenue for the municipality. The developer, service providers, and businesses in this medical complex will be paying property and business taxes. And if specialists move to this community, then our municipality will collect property tax on the houses they buy. Municipalities like tax revenue, and this is a win. And just additionally, we have to consider how to attract good people to the community and then get them to make this their forever home. One of the problems Fort McMurray has always faced is that people will move here to work in the oil sands, but then they leave when their children finish high school and want to go to university or further studies. They move to Calgary or Edmonton or wherever and then become commuters or stay in camp, or maybe they don't return at all and we lose them as full-time residents. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have an aging population that would like to remain living here, but realizes that with age comes assorted health issues and medical appointments. This goes back to my first point about filling the need. It's easy for people to get those services if they live here, and then they can more easily justify continuing to make Fort McMurray their home. In closing, it is my sincere hope that Council approve the proposed bylaw amendment for construction of the SMG Medical Complex. We have a lot of challenges in Fort McMurray, but we are a resilient and resourceful community, and we don't back down from adversity. We must work hard and smart to attract business investment, and I believe this is an opportunity to seize one of those investments. Please help get this project done and everyone wins, the municipality, the project, and the residents. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Vicki. Appreciate you coming in to present the excellent presentation. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Vicki. Really appreciate you coming online.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bryce Kumka. And Bryce, as you know, you want to say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic and remain seated for questions after that. You know the speech.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Planning and Development Review Committee. We had submitted a written letter of support for this item. I don't know if it got lost somewhere in the agenda package preparation process, but it was our intent to provide this support from the committee, and that's the position from which I'm speaking. I think it's important that this project go forward. It molds well into the work that we've done in our committee for the past half a dozen years, encouraging redevelopment of the downtown with cornerstone projects like this one. One of the things that was quite surprising to the members of our committee, and as many of us have been consulted for many years with respect to downtown revitalization and gone through a few iterations of downtown redevelopment plans, was that there was no height restriction, but then there was this floor area ratio restriction, which was kind of counterintuitive. My understanding and operational thought process for this portion of downtown was that it was pretty much build what you want. The intent of it was to be the heavy, large-scale developments that we wanted, hotels, retail. I mean, there was supposed to be an arena there. It wouldn't have been able to hit that ratio, I don't think, as it were. So it was quite surprising, and perhaps it was just maybe an oversight in the putting together of this specific bylaw that affected the area. But I think at the end of the day, I think it's a good thing to have development in the downtown. We've got Norrell Toyota across the street. We've got the Pomeroy Hotel a block away. We've got some really great, front facade improvements that have happened in Franklin Avenue, the park that's right adjacent to this facility as well. So I think overall, I think it's an important project. It's a huge risk, I think, for the people that are involved in it. I don't think the $20 million number was even remotely close to being the real number for the construction cost, but that's really not for me to speak to. But I think at the end of the day, it fits into what we're trying to do at the committee level. I think it's good for the community for so many different reasons with respect to the bringing of medical professionals to the community. So that's effectively, we're in support of it, and we want to encourage that this amendment be put forward and passed. Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for all you do in that committee. I know it's a lot of work, and it kind of lines up with everything we do in the community. Does council have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Bryce.
There was no clock today, so it was hard to know if I was on track or not.
I would tell you.
Okay. Well, I know, but it's just nice to have it. Thanks.
And next, Diana D'Souza. And Diana, just say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, good evening, Mayor Bowman and members of council. For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza, Executive Director of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce. Today I'm speaking in support of Agenda Item 8.2, the proposed land use bylaw text amendment to the city center area redevelopment floor area ratio. God, it's a mouthful. As the chamber represents the collective voice of more than 650 members, and noting that revitalizing our downtown core is part of council's strategic plan, as well as a catalyst for economic growth, business vitality, and community well-being. The proposed development at 10025 Franklin Avenue aligns strongly with our shared vision for a vibrant, active, and economically robust downtown. The SMG Medical Center represents not just a significant investment in local infrastructure, but also much-needed enhancement in specialized healthcare services. Now, I'm not going to repeat because I felt both Vicky and Bryce kind of covered some of the points I had here. So I'm just going to deviate for a moment and maybe just touch upon 2 points. One is I would ask Mayor and Council to separate the development and those dates in that contract from the text amendment or the request that's in front of you, because they're two separate things. This is a private investor that's putting a lot of risk behind a project. What happens is his risk, and there's contracts to deal with what comes after. This is before you because, as Bryce mentioned, there's an inconsistency in the bylaws, and because they're outdated, there's going to be a lot of that, right? So it's just a simple shift and it will be up to the developer to meet all of those other requirements. Everything Vicky said, I agreed with. So really just saying by supporting the text amendment, council would enable this project to proceed, thereby supporting commitment to fostering an environment conducive to economic development, innovation, and community growth. And on behalf of the chamber, I would encourage and appreciate if Mayor and council support the amendment. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Dana. I appreciate the context as well. Does council have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Dana. And seeing it's a public hearing, there's an opportunity for anyone in chambers, if they would like to speak to this, they can. Is there any other further questions of council for administration? And just a reminder, once these questions are completed, the public hearing is closed, and there'll be no other information gathering. I'll now declare the public hearing. Oh, sorry, Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. I am under defamation suit by the same company, so I can leave for the voting. You know, I don't have.
Oh, you want to declare pecuniary interest?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, my lawyer told me
Okay.
not to vote for it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Does administration or the applicant have anything further they'd like to add for closing comments? Not seeing anywhere, so Councilor Majoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Mine is a comment.
We can do comments when we get to, right now it's just questions before we close it. We can make comments.
Oh, okay.
Comments and debate after, yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
public hearing. Coming out of public hearing, we'll have a second and third readings of bylaw number 25/009, land use bylaw text amendment to the city center area redevelopment special area floor plan, floor area ratio regulations for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for a second reading of bylaw number 25/009? Councilor Granison?
I move that bylaw number 25/009 be in a text amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councilor Granison. Thank you for second, Councilor Weigel. Now, are there any other debate points, comments from council? Councilor
Thank you,
Banjoko?
Mayor Bowman. It's not a debate. It's just to say that it would be good if this project can move forward. And I personally would like to be able to do my test right here in Fort McMurray. And we would like for this to happen as quickly as possible. So that's why I wanted to know that the time part should still be something that if and when approved, can be respected. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair, and I know that, I suppose after 40 years living here, we certainly make our trips back and forth to the highway. If anybody can understand that, as the people that have been really through it. But through the chair, just wondering, the stalls, I think he said through the chair against the planning development, I think it was a 58 below and a couple hundred above. When this project is finished, like when will Morrison Street from 63 to Franklin Avenue?
Sorry, Councilor McGrath? Sorry to interrupt you, Councilor McGrath. Because the public hearing is closed, right now it's just debate and comments and discussion from council. We can't get any more information gathering.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess my debate, and I debated with myself, I'll ask myself the question, but I won't know the answer because I still don't have it after 2 years of us being together. The traffic.
You can still ask questions and council can, like, we can discuss it.
You just told, okay, so I'm asking Mayor Bowman, where are you going to put the 300 people with the vehicles, and how are they going to get out of the building? And will this section of street be closed as we were told when I voted against the current park? And that's exactly what they said. The streets from 63 to Franklin Avenue be closed down. So now we're going to put a building on top of it with over 300 vehicles. So you know, maybe I don't talk that clear, but I do listen. And I don't know how I'm supposed to present my questions anymore. This is debate. I debate the fact, are we always told bullshit? Or like, because if you're going to close that street, like they said they would.
Councilor Grath, just want to mind the language.
I'm sorry, yes, but I tell you, I don't know what you call it. I've heard people say worse. I'm just saying, we only make decisions on good, truthful information. 6 months ago in this chamber, and a year and a half ago in this chamber, we were told, and I voted against the park because I thought that the green space in Justin Slade's park and the snow, we had lots down there. I was told that that piece of road was going to be closed down. Don't worry about it. They kind of laughed at me. No more traffic there. Then how are we going to get to the other businesses? So I'm concerned this evening when I see, I love projects. We were here when we built Gasland, Fast Gas. I mean, we built half of Franklin Avenue, celebrated it. But if you're telling me something in June of 23, and I come back in almost a year later, I'm concerned. Or just ask the administration. I know I can't ask them, so who can I ask? I guess to the CFO or the CAO, our only employee. When did the road get shut down between 63 and Franklin Avenue? And when this building is finished, we're debating a plan this evening, an adjustment to the application. And without that information, what do you expect us to do? Just say yes, nod our head because it's good for the community? I don't know. If I'm saying something wrong, then maybe I'm in the wrong business. So all I want to know from administration, I guess, or maybe I can't ask them, I'm not sure. But when did the road from Earl's Corner, Franklin Avenue, get shut down, as they told us it would when they built the park? You go back to the tapes if you want to. And then the second question is, what do you do with that traffic? Do that traffic on board on the Franklin Avenue, or do it on board the other way? Pretty fair question, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that road being closed at any time since I've been here.
Yeah, you were the mayor. I go back and I'll pull the tapes. You were the mayor. Like I mean, and I tell you, we were told. And I'm sorry, Mayor, I jumped ahead of myself. You weren't because the park was built and you got there. But the concern was, how do the moms take the kids to the park when there's so much traffic? And I think that planning and development, if they stood up this evening, they could remember that conversation. But I can go back and find out with myself. But I think the two questions today are present. Our acting CEO, he can get the Home Depot here in a week. He can tell me when this road is shut down, right? And I think I just know that. And then the second one to that is, what's the plan? If we support this amendment, what's your plan? What's your traffic plan to support it? Pretty fair.
Well, I think the main thing is this isn't about the project. The project, we sold the land and we approved the project.
Mayor,
that was already done.
Mayor Bowman, we can amend whatever we want. But if you amend stuff that is not possible, what's the sense of bringing it forward to council? This is not about building the building tonight. I get that. Jesus, man, 30 years of sitting on these boards, you think I'd know that? I'm just asking.
Well, right now we're in discussion, debate, and the public hearing's closed, and the gathering information ended with the closing of the public hearing.
About the change that we're going to vote on, right? About the change we're going to vote on. Dynamics change with the application. Dynamics change when we sold the land. We're not just extending the construction, we're adding to the original plan.
No, yeah, right. This doesn't extend the construction date.
Yeah. I'm not talking about meeting the merits. I'm talking about, how can I vote for an amendment when I don't know when the road closes and when I don't know where the traffic's going to go?
And those would have been questions before the public hearing was closed.
Well, but I tell you what, we'll take a recess and see if we can get around some way. Because I don't think these questions are private, nothing to do with personal. I can't go in camera about it. How can I can't vote then? I can't vote. You can't answer the question. You can't vote.
No, I do think they are concerns, parking and that sort of stuff is concerns, but with the process, we're already in a public hearing and we're past, the public hearing's been closed.
But to see, the mind only works so quick. I never really thought about it until I start talking. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot to absorb. Well, I'm sorry if I never made a deadline, but I don't know. I just, when it comes to it, I just vote against it, I guess. How can you vote for something you don't know all the information? That's what's wrong with this place. Pressure voting.
Well, the public hearings is a set of procedure and regulations we follow. I didn't make them up.
No, hey, listen, this is not personal, Sandy. I never made them up. But I'll tell you what, there's been lots going on around here that just happens and is okay. But anyways, I don't want to take the public's time. Just trying to do my job. Based on the information I got, I can't vote. I just vote no.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state I'll be voting for this. You know, our job is to let construction happen. The construction company's job is to find the money, and to me, I have faith in this, that in the planning department that they'll make sure that all of the permits and codes are followed. And so, to me, our job is just to be able to create room for growth, and that's what this vote is for. So I'll be for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. And I'm checking into it, and there is an opportunity if council wants to open the public hearing again to ask questions of administration, so they will have enough information to vote. We can do that if council's okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I motion to reopen the public hearing for more information and questions, please.
Thanks. Can I have a second for that?
Point to order. 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 If I own a business that benefits from this place, should I be the guy to try to make a stand up?
Councilor McGrath, we're going to reopen the hearing so you can ask questions. And can I have
you know what my two questions are? They didn't change.
I'll call for a vote on that. Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Thank you. Thanks. And that's carried unanimous. Thank you. And Councilor McGrath, do you want to ask your questions now, administration?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, just the same two questions. I don't need to say them again. I said them 14 times. I'm good.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I can just reiterate the questions. You're concerned about the parking and the street closures during construction of this potential building.
No. The stretch of Morrison Street from Highway 63, Bridgeport, across Murrow's, which Earls is across from the new center. Twin Pines we got rid of because it was unsafe. Norrell got a new building there. For that section of street, we were told in council chambers and the debate of Kintern Park that would be shut down. I'd like to know when it's going to be shut down. And then given the fact that we were just told that there's a bit of a design change for the corner of A&W, the old lands of the A&W expropriation, the 300 vehicles that are, if we're at capacity, what street will they load onto? And I think they're pretty fair questions because as life evolves, I hear all still, construction. There's no better sound than nails and hammers and saws. Creates jobs, people are happy. I get baffled at how we pick on one another, just trying to find out an answer. I got no friends. I just want to make sure that everybody gets treated the same. So I guess through the interim chair, you might not have those questions because you're out trying to negotiate a contract with our unions when all this was going on. some people were absent altogether. It might come to a shock. And if I got to go dig it, I'll go dig it up.
And just
Mayor.
to the question, Councilor McGrath, want to get that question so we can get administration to answer that?
Yeah. Okay. So the question is, when will the stretch of Highway 63 that I described, when will it be shut down permanently, as we were told it was, or build a park? The second to that, if we support this amendment this evening that includes the underground and overground structures of parking, what street will they flow onto? Because if you're making this amendment, if you're bringing this amendment to council, you got all these answers anyways. Just we don't. But when we ask the question, hopefully they'll be there.
Thank you, Councilor.
Right.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. I'm going to defer over to the Director of Planning and Development, or the staff there as such.
So through the chair to the question, we have Such and Ermias that are at the podium as well. In terms of a street closure at Morrison and Highway 63, our team has never advised that that will be part of this project or part of the KM Park. Engineering did lead that park. I was part of the conversations at that time. I don't recall it personally. I do recall, however, conversations quite a long time ago with Alberta Transportation and the potential of particular intersections being closed as a result of Highway 63 being designated as a freeway. That highway doesn't necessarily operate as a freeway. It operates more as an urban arterial. We have a lot of intersections that connect into Highway 63 through Fort McMurray. The extent of the conversation around potential intersection closures on 63 in my span of being with the municipality has only been in relation to 63 being a freeway. There are no plans that I'm aware of to shut that intersection down. Maybe there's something on record, but beyond my memory, there's nothing that I'm aware of. In relation to the parking on the site, the design plans that we have suggest that we would need around 218 stalls, and their parking plan exceeds what we would be required to have as part of the land use bylaw. Such and Ermias are here, though, and they may be able to add additional context.
Through the chair, we've been working with the applicant, and as part of the review of the development permit application, traffic impact assessment was requested, and the applicant has provided a traffic impact assessment. And as part of that, the traffic that is the purpose of that report was to understand if the traffic generated from this proposed development would be accommodated on the existing streets. There will not be any change to the streets as a result of this proposed development. Traffic generated from the streets from the development will be accommodated on both Morrison and on Franklin. The entrance to the underground parkade is off Franklin Avenue. That's where the 55 underground stalls will be accessed through. The above grade parkade will be accessed through the lane, and the traffic generated from the above grade parkade will be flowing onto Morrison Street, and so there was no concerns that were raised from the TI that was provided, and that has been reviewed with our engineering department as well.
Thank you, sir. One for clarity. Is it correct that that was just a conversation that Morrison Street, that strip was just a conversation, a light conversation? That Morrison Street was going to be shut down?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, we are not aware of any conversation surrounding closure of Morrison Street.
Okay. So, were you around, Sush, when they decided to build the park when it came to council? The public hearing?
Through the chair, I have been with the municipality for about 13-ish years. Yes, I was around.
And I've been graced to work with you. You're a good man. For the rebuild, for the naming committee. I appreciate that. And I guess Councillor, Mayor Bowman, we'll have more to follow on this strip of road. It's going to take me a little time, I guess, to dig it up. But I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was just wanting to reiterate that I have no knowledge or memory of this topic at any point in my term of council at all. So I do know that, as indicated by Amanda, that there was a conversation of this nature when it came to the freeway, but that was many years ago, not recently. So.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I was just, I think this text bylaws amendment is required, and I was just going to call the vote.
Okay, well, it's public hearing. We'll go back into, I'm just going to ask Councilor again, just quickly, if there's any other questions before we close the public hearing. And thanks for that, Councilor Bussier. So with that, as the motion was made by Councilor Grandison, seconded by Councilor Weigel to move the bylaw number 25/009, being a text amendment to land use bylaw number 99059, be read a second time. We'll officially make sure this is closed now. So is there any other debate, discussion, or comments from council on that? So I'll call for a vote. Online in favor? Thank you. That's carried unanimously with one absent. Thank you. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 25/009 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko, and thank Councilor Weigel for the second. Does Council have any discussion, debate, points, or comments? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councilor Bussier, McGrath, and Cardinal in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And right now, we'll take a 10-minute break for council before we come back for the next bylaw amendments. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have bylaw number 25/010, 2025 property tax rate bylaw, second and third readings. I'd like to invite corporate services up to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me this evening is Kevan Navidi, the Municipal Assessor. The MGA Section 353, subsection 1 requires Council to pass a property tax bylaw annually to raise revenue for the payment of expenditures and transfers defined in the annual budget process for the municipality. The property tax revenue for 2025 for the 2025 budget process and approval is in the amount of tax revenue required. Tax revenue is the key component to ensure the delivery of services, programs, and capital projects. Administration will continue to find cost savings, efficiencies, and other revenue sources to contribute towards overall revenue to reduce the impact on tax revenue requirements where possible. Property tax revenue is still the main source of revenue, but there has been a significant decrease in property tax revenue since 2016. Since 2016, we've reduced the property tax revenues by approximately $261 million. KBAM will now discuss the assessment methodology.
Assessment valuation standards are prescribed by the Alberta provincial government and are either based on the market value or on a regulated cost-based system, depending on property type. For this bylaw, the valuation date is July 1st, 2024, with the physical condition date as of December 31st. For example, if a building was under construction on July 1st, 2024, with just the foundations completed, by December 31st, the full exterior was completed. The valuation would be on the physical condition as of December 31st. The assessment notices were sent out February 18, 2025, with a customer review deadline of April 28 to 25. Of note, the designated industrial properties are assessed by the provincial assessors, not the municipality. This table shows the total assessment change from 2024 to 2025 for each property class. Urban residential class decreased by 5.97%. The 14% decrease on urban other residential assessment is due to Ministerial Order number 2024-011, which exempted $78.8 million assessments to support affordable housing accommodation. This was presented to Council on December 10, 2024. Urban non-residential class increased by 2.83%. For the 2025, the province grant in lieu payments is set to increase from 50% in 2024 to 75% in 2025, which continues positively to our financial outlook. Rural residential class increased by 1.43%. Small inventory and completion of small residential projects are increasing the total assessment. Rural non-residential class increased by 17.14%. The 3-year property tax holiday for new wells and pipelines, which was in effect from 2022 to 2024, has concluded, resulting in those assessments being added to the roll. Additionally, as per the May 2024 LPRT decision, the risk of assessment loss had decreased. This table shows the assessment change by residential sector. Urban single-family decreased by 8%, urban vacant residential land increased by 8%, urban residential condos increased by 7%, and rural single-family residential is increased by 1%. The assessment change in non-residential sector. Big boxes decreased by 2%, retail strip mall decreased by 1%, hospitality sector increased by 2.7%. Warehouses are decreased by 1%, retails are decreased by 1%, and apartments increased by 7%. Property taxes are levied to raise revenues to fund municipal expenditures. Also part of the tax collection process is the collection of requisitions for third parties such as education and seniors housing. The municipal tax portion is calculated by multiplying assessment by municipal tax rate. This table shows the 2025 proposed rates. Next, we will present the dollar impact of these rates on each property class. The proposed tax rates will generate $518,666,000, accounting for a budgeted loss of $12,800,000 attributed to assessment corrections. This table shows the median tax payments for certain classes. This represents the municipal tax and does not reflect the education requisition amount. So for example, for urban residential, the median tax payment change would be approximately $97 decrease. The education requisition amount is set each year by the province at the time the province presents in their budget. Each quarter, we pay a portion of the monies to the province. Please note that the municipality acts as a tax collector for the provincial education property tax requisition. The provincial budget for 2025 includes a planned adjustment in education property tax rates. Following a freeze in 2024-25 budget, the budget set to increase from $2.7 billion to $3.1 billion in 2025-26 budget. For our municipality, this adjustment will result in an increase of $5.3 million in education taxes from $70.5 million to $75.8 million. Additionally, there is a $4.3 million under collection from 2024, leading to a total increase of $9.6 million from 2024 to 2025. Specifically, residential properties will see a 21% increase in education tax rates, while non-residential properties will experience a 15% increase. For urban serviced area residents, this represents 56% of property tax bills in 2025 and 66% for rural residential property owners. The education requisition is not calculated on machinery and equipment. The designated industrial property requisition is collected on behalf of the province. The monies are paid by designated industrial property owners, and it is to cover the cost of centralized provincial assessment process. RMWB was one of the first municipalities that introduced rural small business subclass, which has 25% lower tax rate than rural non-residential subclass to support small businesses in rural area. There were 9 applications that impacted 13 properties that received the small business tax reduction, and the reduction amount for 224 totaled $31,000. Qualified rural businesses will have to apply for the rural small business property subclass rate to receive 25 reduction on their municipal tax portion. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a single-family residential house in urban service area. Municipal taxes are decreased for $97 and education taxes are increased for $150. The overall tax bill will be increased for $53. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a typical non-residential property in the urban service area. Municipal taxes will be decreased for $52 and education taxes are increased for $552. The overall tax bill will be increased for $500. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a single-family residential house in the rural serviced area. Municipal taxes will be increased for $6 and education taxes are increased for $188. The change on overall tax bill will be $194. A further breakdown for rural residential tax change by neighborhood. The assessments were based on market value as of July 1st, 2024. In general, rural areas assessment value increased slightly. Like the urban area, the overall tax bill for rural service area has increased due to raising education taxes. A typical single-family residential property will have a $60 increase in Fort Chip, $360 increase in Draper area, $430 increase in Sapri Creek, $193 increase in Anzac, $150 increase in Conklin, and $264 increase in Gregoire Lake. Please note that education requisition is included in this amount. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on the typical rental apartments in urban serviced area. Municipal taxes increase for $814 and education taxes are increased by $1,380. The overall tax bill will be increased for $2,194. Rental apartments consisting of 6 or more units are included in this class. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a typical non-residential property in the rural serviced area. Municipal tax will be decreased for $175 and education taxes are increased for $47. The overall tax bill will be decreased for $128. Even though the depiction is small, as we are trying to compare the years of various municipalities in Alberta for residential properties from 2017 to 2025, the municipality tax rate is still below other municipalities, both on the rural side, which is the first grouping on the left, and the urban, the next grouping on the right. 2017 is the first bar of the grouping with the 225 rates, the last bar or the red one. We don't have the 225 ratings for the rest of the comparison as they have not been published. This graph shows the municipal tax rate comparison from 2017 to 2025 for the non-residential class. The red is RMWB's 225 rate. We could only show the 224 rates for the other municipalities as the 225 rates have not been published yet. However, the urban and rural non-residential rates are still below other municipalities. Tax ratio. The calculation for tax ratio is based on highest non-residential tax rate versus the lowest residential tax rate. Our lowest residential rate is rural and our highest non-residential rate is rural as well. As per the Municipal Government Act, Section 358, we are considered a non-conforming municipality, meaning our ratio is above 5:1. Since the 2016 tax year, the ratio has been decreasing from 18.1:1 to the current proposed ratio 6.04:1. If Council wishes to maintain the existing tax ratio of 6.21, there are three potential options to consider. It would be prudent to explore each option thoroughly to understand the implications and benefits associated with retaining this tax ratio. Next, I will compare each option to the recommended tax rates. Option 1 is reducing tax rate of both rural residential and rural non-residential by 2.65%. With this option, there will be no unbudgeted tax collection. The downside is that we have worked for years to increase tax rate, and this represents a step backward. Option 2 is reducing all tax rates by 2.48%. With this option, there will be no unbudgeted tax collection. The downside is that we have worked for years to increase tax rates, and this represents a step backward. Option 3 is no change to tax rates from 224 to 225. With this option, there will be 13,185,000 unbudgeted tax collection. The difference is that we are not decreasing the tax rates. In summary, our recommendation is to have the tax ratio of 6.04, working towards a 5:1 ratio. If Council wishes to hold the tax ratio at 6.21, option 1 will be preferable since we are reducing only rural area tax rates by 2.65%. The second option would be to reduce all tax rates, and the third option will be no change to tax rate, which will cause there will be an unbudgeted 13,185,000 tax collection. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Kivan. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you to the chair and to the assessor. So the last time you physically done a walkthrough on the machinery and equipment tax, which year would that be?
Sorry, Councilor McGrath, I'm not sure if I heard the question right. When was the last year we did a machine equipment assessment?
Like, when was the last time that the government of Alberta would allow RMWB tax assessor to have an appraisal act-based in collaboration with what I heard earlier? You just get past a number now in the government.
To Councilor McGrath, the legislation changed in 2017, and starting January 2018, all assessments was transferred to the province, and it was out of municipality's jurisdiction. So the last year that actually we did the assessment was 2017. However, we try to review the assessments presented by the provincial assessor and discuss the values, and if there is any improvement, we work with them. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So for now, you're just given the number from the government assessment to be able to apply that 6-to-1 collector revenue. Is that correct?
To Chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct. We received the assessments from the province.
Right. And that on your graph, I believe that's a standalone tax collection. So I guess not for you, sir. I appreciate your work. It's been a pleasure to work with you over the last decade. Just wondering, through the chair, to the interim CLO, is there a mechanism where a council member can bring forward a motion to take a tax class as in the industrial tax and call just for that single increase during this process? And that's I guess that's not for our presenters, that's for our CAO.
So just to confirm, Councilor McGrath, you're talking about a motion to increase the tax ratio, just for confirmation?
I'd like to, yes, I'd like to know if it's amicable or within my council duties to bring forward a motion here this evening to increase the industrial tax rate from 6-to-1 to 8.5-to-1. Is that something I can do here this evening?
To Chair to Councillor McGrath, Section 358 of MGA mandates that the tax ratio for all non-conformable municipalities should not be higher than the previous year. So our last year's tax ratio was 6.21, and based on the MGA, it's not possible to increase it.
So even through a notice of motion, it'll be pointless or against the grain, I guess, eh?
Yeah, and just for context, Councilor McGrath, because you've been involved in this for a long time, and I've been involved in it quite a bit in the last few years. We did go to the provincial government and lobby to get it up to 8.0 to 1. And what we were told at that time is that we can't raise it. You can't raise it from what it's at. It goes down, but it can't go up. So we did try that. You're right.
Yeah, because I think it's important that the public know that every time we give up a percent, it's $20 million. So we're way ahead of schedule. Just wondering if there was any mechanisms so we could, because it's also some commitments made at that time too when we start ratcheting down that never seen the light of day. So anyways, I appreciate the education and the correctness. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. All good points. And with as Councilor McGrath mentioned about the 6.21 to 1 that we have as in the recommended, that's dropping that down. If we kept it the same, what is the downside of having an extra $13 million in taxes collected? Is that the optics of it, or is there a reason we don't want to do that? To the Mayor Bowman. So I believe you are referring to option 3, no change to the tax rates. In a responsible government, basically we budget and we collect that much. So we better not to collect unbudgeted amount. Thank you. So we don't want to collect more taxes from the residents that we don't need to. Is that what I'm...
Through the chair to the chair, that's correct. When we build the budget out, that's what we're trying to set the tax rate to, only for what we need. Otherwise, we're overtaxing.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering if we read it as is, or are we just going with option 1 unless we say something different?
What the process is, once we close the public hearing, go to second reading gets put on the floor, gets put on the floor, gets seconded. Then if a councillor wants to make an amendment, they'd make an amendment then it gets, then we would debate that amendment and vote on it and then go back.
So then at that point, we'd vote on option 1, 2, or 3, or an
somebody can bring an amendment
or
for it
whatever
at
it
that
is.
time.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Does, do council have any, sorry, Councilor Ball, go ahead. I didn't see your light on, Ken.
That's because I just turned it on. So I guess to that answer that CFO Borkelson just gave us, we obviously don't want to overtax, but I guess my question is, are we under budgeting? You know, we say we set a budget and then we of course we tax accordingly. Have we put some things on the shelf that maybe we shouldn't have?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, there was a very rigorous process in reviewing our capacity, our requirements for the budget, and there was direction to meet or cut in certain areas based on administration at the time. Have we under anticipated? It all depends on the direction at that time.
Direction from who?
The CAO.
Well, he's not here anymore, so.
That's correct.
I mean, the budget presentation this year was so ridiculously fast. There wasn't a whole lot of thought put into it, in my opinion, and I did express that opinion. So I'm just wondering, like, what's the harm in? And I appreciate that you say that we don't want to overtax. It's not about overtaxing. It's, you know, we charged X last year. We could simply charge X this year as well. I feel there are some things that are on the shelf, that have been put on the shelf, where there's additional work that needs to be done, that we're pushing off an additional year. We keep getting these reports. We're going to push this off. We're going to push this off. Why don't we just get it done?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, if you're referring to capital projects, my understanding is that is an internal capacity concern, that our PMO office can only take on so many projects. It's not lack of funding, because we certainly have the funding already set aside for several hundred projects. It's capacity. So additional money is not going to help with that.
So what, we just sit around and we wait for, I'm confused. So we don't have capacity. Why? Can we get other people to do it? I'm perplexed on this.
And through the chair to Councillor Ball, that has been a question that we have entertained, taking a different approach to projects and how we might be able to leverage the consulting community, construction community to assist with that.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So my question is different. How has the crash in the value of homes affected valuation and therefore a taxation of the people? Because I don't see so much difference in my tax that I receive from you guys.
To Chair to Councillor Bonjoko, our values are based on July 1st, 2014. Last year in urban residential, we see about 5 to 6% reduction in overall values. So when assessment is lower, if the tax rate is not changed, we're gonna see a lower tax for municipal purpose. In my example, it was $97 less than last year's municipal. But please note, the education tax is the majority of the bill, and education is increased 21% for urban residential and rural residential, which our taxpayers will see a higher tax bill compared to the last year. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And then to the point about projects, is almost becoming concerning that we keep talking about capacity and pushing all these projects into the future. So just echoing that, the voice of my colleague. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Banjoko. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Keith, and thanks, Lori. Do we have any delegates?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. For the record, we have no delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councillor Weigel.
I move that bylaw number 25/010B, being the 2025 property tax rate bylaw, be read for a second time.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Thanks for the second, Councillor Bajoko. Do we have any amendments or debate and discussion? Councillor Lavalley.
Yeah, I have an amendment to reducing rural tax rates, that bylaw number 25/010, being the 2025 property tax rate bylaw, be amended by striking the rates out in section 1 under tax rates for municipal purposes imposed in the rural service areas. Tax rate for residential and family property, or farm property, tax rates for residential and farm property, 0.0015663. Tax rate for non-residential property, 0.0094624. Tax rate for machinery and equipment, 0.0094624. Tax rate for small businesses property, 0.0070968. And replacing it with tax rates for municipal purposes imposed in the rural service area. Tax rate for residential and farm property, 0.0015248. Tax rate for non-residential property, 0.0094628. Tax rate for machinery and equipment, 0.0094628. And tax rate for small businesses property, 0.0070971.
Thanks, Councillor Lavalley. And thanks for the second, Councillor Walkhorn. Council, we have any debate, discussion, or comments? Now, this is Amendment 1 that we looked at. So what I see on that one is that this holds our tax rate at 6.21 to 1. As Councilor McGrath had mentioned, we don't want to go any lower than that because you can't put it back up. So it does hold that tax rate. And it might be, so what this also does is also doesn't overtax. So it keeps us at a 0 to what we budgeted, but also keeps the tax rate at 6.21 to 1. Council, have any discussion, debate points, comments?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this one because it's a lot to digest.
Yeah, we can take a minute. And this is the number 1 that Kevin had presented. So from reading it, from what he presented, can we go back to that screen that, can we put that screen back up that Kevin had? With the three amendments that were. So. The number 1. Amendment 1, yeah. So that's option 1. So it maintains the tax ratio 6.21 to 1 because we don't want to drop that down because you can never put it back up. I just need to see who's. Anybody have a
Oh, I guess the only thing, I'll make a comment on this, and I can appreciate where Councillor Lavalley is coming from this, but all this does is benefit the rural. It's a reduction. Right? It doesn't put any any additional funding in the bank to get more work done. And I don't know, what are we at in the rural spend? Do we have, I think Councillor McGrath has asked for this a number of times, what's the per capita rural spend? I don't know that we've ever gotten that answer.
To Chair to Councillor Balch, please note that this option only reduces rural residential by $20,000 for whole rural area. So it's not a big change from our recommendation. It's only $20,000 in total.
But if we leave it alone, it increases our revenue for the entire region, 13 million.
And I think that's option 3.
I realize that, but that's
yeah, no, I'm just trying to make
it's
sure
not a difference
everybody.
of 20,000, it's a difference of 13 million.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is that's not what's in the bylaw right now isn't any of these amendments. Just want to make sure we know which amendment we're discussing.
I support leaving it the same, so I'm not going to support this.
So that will be the third option then. Correct, Councillor? Correct. Okay, thanks. That's what I want to make sure, because what we have as coming in the package is different than all 3 of the options. The package reduces the tax ratio and keeps the tax rates pretty much the same, whereas the third option keeps the tax rates the same and keeps the tax ratio 6.21 to 1, which puts 13 million in the bank. And these other 2 options basically lower taxes, but keep the tax rate at 6.21 to 1, so that we're at a 0 balanced budget.
Correct.
That's a lot. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments, debate points, or? Yeah, maybe put that up there. Councilor McGrath? You're on mute, Councilor McGrath. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't want to get off sides. I just wonder, the extra 13, I know some people see it as a surplus, but I know that we were indeed found with the machinery and equipment tax. I mean, the public knows that we took a little bit more. I just wondered how much of that have we settled with that's reflected in our tax rate today. Like, so if we were to pay back some of those overages, is that reflected in today's rate, or is it public knowledge? Like, we have some ongoing settlements to make. But I think we made one last year. I believe we did. And of course, the more we make it, takes away from your piggy bank. But eventually, it'll end up coming to affect our taxation and what we collect. Is that considered in these 3 options you have this evening?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, yes, we have accounted for the assessment correction, and we have also accounted for the prior year's liability as well.
Thank you. And I guess would it be fair to a question? Would it be fair to say that for the next couple, that if win or lose or draw, they would come from your reserves, or would they be then caught up in the taxation years that are ahead?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, any shortfall, we would have to have council's approval to draw from the reserve. But yes, the reserves would be used to offset any reduction in tax revenue or other revenue sources if it was necessary.
Right. And I know that, like, I seen we had a good return on our investment in the tumble here is late, so maybe it won't be, but it seems like we get a pretty good return that kind of covers off some of this anyways in a consistent level. And I believe that for the public, we don't have any, I think we paid off our debt a couple of years ago. We had probably 4 years ago, but we gave up our debt, but I think we gave up our collection because I think we were doubling interest on it. But we're clear, right? We don't have a big exposure to the bank.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, through the RMWB specifically, no, we do not have any debt. Some of our Part 9 companies do have debt.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mrs. Ferguson. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Any of the council have any questions, discussions, or debate points on the amended motion second reading? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Looking at the amendment, looks like, or I want to confirm if this would actually balance the dollars, because the first two would decrease, but the last two, machinery and equipment and the small business property, would increase a little bit. Is that what would that then bring?
To Chair to Councillor Bonjiko, yes, this amendment, which is option 1,
yes,
is going to reduce rural residential by $20,000
yes,
total, but that $20,000 will be shifted to the rural non-residential class. So
yes.
it's huge assessment. It will be a couple cents for properties.
Okay, so it balances.
But it's going to balance.
What are expected revenue?
We are going to collect $518 million, which $12 million is for assessment corrections, and we will have $505 million as budgeted in December. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Lavalley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. So for this year, a lot of Ward 4 residence lots taxes are going to be increasing due to water and sewer, correct?
To Chair to Councillor Lavelle, it will be increased due to education taxes, not to the municipal taxes, because education taxes, the budget is increased for 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason it's split to Holwood, Buffalo, and everyone's education tax is going up this year.
But I'm talking specifically to rural water and sewer. We were told we have to pay $16,000 per resident, and that increases on our taxes like a mortgage till we have it paid off. I think we have 20 years to pay it off.
To Chair to Councillor Lovell, probably it's different than the tax rate bylaw. This is the property tax bylaw. Maybe that's a financing part that our other departments are working with taxpayers.
Okay, I'm just getting to the point because reducing a residential lot in Anzac by $193 would be really beneficial to a lot of the people because their taxes are going to be going up by $150 this year. So it will kind of just balance each other out for rural. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Lavalley. Councilor Ball?
Yeah, so to that, Councillor Lavalley, the dollars you're speaking about is a service connection into the regional system. Every single lot in the urban service area paid for that at the time they were built, and that cost gets carried from owner to owner to owner. So it's no different. It's not a tax. It's a cost to connect to the service system. It's just being billed on the tax roll. It's not an actual tax. So it's kind of an unfair comparison.
Thanks, Councilor Ball. Do we have any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. My question would be, the school taxes are collected from the municipality on behalf of the province and then turned over to the province. Would you have the aggregate value? It used to be about 66 million to run the four districts.
To Chair to Councillor McGrath, for this year we have about $75 million, and also we have $4.9 million on the collection from last year. So in a total is about $80 million for this year.
Yeah. So that's like again, people. I think sometimes when it's on your, if someday hopefully we could have it the residential tax in the black color and the school tax in the yellow color, because you'll see that we still have the lowest tax rate for household, and and our taxes, our rural taxes are pretty well, and our urban taxes are pretty well half of what the school tax is. But I guess not to slight the government, because we spend about 250 million in the education system, or close to that, and we only collect about 66. Some people think that goes back into the mayor's pocket or the city's pocket. It's just a collection. I don't even think that the municipality gets paid for the invoicing and their taxes and stuff. So it's kind of we're kind of stewards to the province, and just an example of just collecting their taxes.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Great points. I think that gets missed a lot, that people realize we have some of the lowest taxes in the country here, property taxes, definitely lowest in Alberta. And it gets confused with the school taxes, so great points there. Do you have any comments, discussion points, or questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councilor McGrath in favor, Councilor Cardinal in favor, Councilor Boussier in favor.
I think the birthday man eating his cake.
That's carried with 10 in favor. Thanks, everyone. So now moving back with the other motion, the first, second reading, I guess you would call it. It will be, if someone can make that motion, second reading again, it would be the move the bylaw number 25/010 be, has to be as amended. So we're voting on them, but it reads as, I move that bylaw number 25/010, being the 2025 property tax rate bylaw, to be read a second time as amended. We'll vote on that now. In favor? Online, Councilor Cardinal, Councilor McGrath, and Councilor Boussier in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, can I have someone make the motion for the third reading and final reading? Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 25/010 be read a third and final time.
That's online, Councilor. That's seconded by Councilor Weigel. It's on your screen, Councilor Dogar. Are there any other discussion, debate points, or comments from council? I don't see any. I just want to thank administration for keeping our taxes low, and let's hopefully next year we stay exactly on budget. And great job, Kevin. Thanks, Laurie. So with that, we'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councilor McGrath in favor, Councilor Boussier in favor, and opposed.
No, I'm in favor.
No, I'm just
Councilor
Councilor
coming up
Cardinal.
on my screen.
Oh, okay. Councilor Cardinal, how do you vote? Councilor Cardinal? Oh, you're on mute, Councilor Cardinal. Is that in favor or opposed?
Sorry, I voted online. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Councilor Cardinal. That's carried unanimously. Next one, I'd like to, if council has no issues, I would like to bring the item number 9.5 to the top of the motions. And the reason being, half the people in the audience here are here to speak on that motion. And I just don't want them to sit here all night. If council doesn't have any issues with that, I'd like to bring that motion ahead if everyone's okay with that. Good. Thanks, everyone. So moving on to item 9.5, councilor's motions. I'll ask Councilor Binjoko to read out her motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you to my colleagues for agreeing to make the change. I would like to read an updated version of the motion because a few wordings have changed.
Okay,
So
do you want to remove it and put a new one on?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to just read out the new motion then?
The new motion, yes. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Funke Banjoko, serve notice of my intent to bring forward, to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the April 22nd, 2025 Council meeting, which is today. The administration carry out a needs assessment to understand the community's recreational opportunities for special needs people. That the study looks at existing services, new services, and engage residents who provide recreation to special needs people, and the administration report back to council, including scope of work for needs assessment before or by September 9th, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. And thanks, Councilor Walker, for the second. And I don't think Council has any issues with changing the motion, as it doesn't change the intent whatsoever. Yes. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion was triggered by a few factors, and all by the needs in our region. There has been an increase in diagnosis of different conditions, and governments globally are paying more attention and intentionally addressing the needs. So I feel we should do so in our region. By mid-November 2024, the education workers' coupe strike began, and it lasted till middle of March 2025. That highlighted the need for us to have services that are empowering, impactful, and intentional to cater for the needs of all peoples. An equity kind of service, not equality. And the plan is not for us to segregate people, but for us to look at how we can support all people, regardless of the challenges that they might have. To create safer community for everyone, where everyone will feel valued and they are fully supported and they feel included. The study that I'm asking us to go into, administration to look into, would identify, I believe and I know that we have a lot of services already in the community, and we have service providers. I'm also informed reliably that most of the spaces that we have currently might have programs, but not dedicated services. During the strike, some parents had to either stop work or skip work or rotate who will be at home with some of our children. So if we go and if administration carries out the needs assessment, we'll be able to find out where the gap lies between the services that we currently have and the needs. So I'm hoping that they will be able to come up with a scope that shows us what we need to do to better support this population. So I do not believe it was the intention of the municipality or generally of service providers to exclude anyone. But if we do not do something intentionally to support families, the consequences people are dealing with a lot of challenges to cope in day-to-day life, and when there are some challenges with who would look after the people, whether they are young people or even older population. So today I'll be asking that we put our votes behind this and work on how we can better support the people in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I'd like to understand this a little bit better when we talk about a feasibility study that provides recreational opportunities. Are we talking about infrastructure or are we talking about programming? The two are wildly different. So, or are we talking about both?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Ball. I'm trying to be careful not to prescribe exactly what needs to be done. These services, I believe we have some spaces already. And so I want to focus on the services. This might include having physical spaces or using the existing spaces infrastructure that we already have.
So when you mean services, you're talking more programming.
Programming.
I'm just trying to understand if we're building something or if we're providing something.
Providing.
The feasibility study, right? The feasibility study, I guess, could go either way. I mean, I do know when it comes to play structures, we do make them handicap accessible and the such, but I'm just wondering what other things we might do to spaces as it's described in your motion. That's all I'm trying to understand.
Thank you again, through the chair. If you notice, my motion has changed to needs assessment. So
it still talks about spaces, though. That's all I'm trying to figure out. No, it's okay. I get it.
Okay, so it's not a feasibility study now. It's needs assessment, and that would include whatever it takes.
So I guess one further question then: would it be anticipated that through this feasibility study we'd be looking at the municipality providing some of these services, or would we be looking at third-party vendors providing these services? Like, I'll pick something abstract, like, St. Aidan's assists the elderly, or would this become the municipality assisting?
Okay, through the chair, can you repeat the question?
I'm trying to understand if the intention through this feasibility study would be that the municipality starts to provide these services, or would it be a third party that provides them?
Thank you. So my motion, I don't know if you have a copy, says that...
I do. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, then it says that they will look at existing services, new services, engage residents. So I'm not putting us in the corner to begin to provide. We have some services already that maybe we need to do something to support them to be able to provide. There might be need for new services, but we will also engage the residents, and that will be administration's work, and I would love for them to do the work. Thank you.
Okay, and you're looking to have just the scope of work completed by September, correct? Not the actual study.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you through the chair. And I think in the spirit, first brought up, I thought I heard about the displacement of kids that were challenged during the outreach of support workers. But in all due respect to the 4 elected school boards we have, I think the first thing that we should do is honor those people that look after the services that kids need. And I know that through the time, the outreach, 5 terms on the school board, the administration do a great job of keeping in contact. You only hear sometimes the worst. But I know in particular, we have a great support system for autism. We graduated many kids from kindergarten to high school. We have graduated the most Indigenous kids across Canada. And the services that we talk about and are in place, but the assessment, and I know people that know me know that the brightest light in the drawer don't need to be, but there is an assessment that I believe Lana Buzia and her team at St. Aidan's had put in place when I was on the committee, and I believe we have a person here now that can probably update us on that, because there is an access ability for programs for people that, like myself, need a bit extra help to get around. And I think that we'd be prudent to go out, first of all, with respect for other elected officials, to ask the school boards, because I think that's where the issues were raised. And if I was a trustee, I would expect that the elected officials, have a sit down, and because I'm not going to create programs that are already in place. And I know that I think the administration might help me out, but we do have a study that's well in place. That's why you see some of the parking spots that were like 60 plus. Down in McAllen, we made manual doors. There was grants made at City Hall. The question is, have you consulted the school boards and found out that they have programs? The other question is, have you asked administration, do we have the assessment that you're looking for in progress already? Because there is an accessibility study that's live and well.
Go ahead, Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. I haven't asked the school board. That will be part of what administration would do. And I know there are some works that is being done by administration. I've spoken with them. They'll bring forward what we have and what we need, and then we take it from there. That's the plan.
Because I believe that's why, like, for example, we spend about 30 grand per capita in the world. We develop our own programs without consulting the proper boards, and we start taking on new responsibilities. So I'm very cautious. So I'll listen to the debate, but I can't support the motion because I believe that I owe it to my fellow colleagues and elected officials, whether it be MLAs, school board trustees, that they're well tuned what the services they provide.
Thanks, Councillor McGrath, and we'll come back to that in debate points and comments. Do we have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegers to this item? The first is Renee Lauder. And Renee, if you could just say your name for the record, you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Renee Loader. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Renee Loader. 7 years ago, my daughter was born with a rare syndrome causing complex medical needs. She has over 20 doctors and specialists who work with her and her special needs. She also has respite and rehabilitation services that we use in the community. I am also a board director for a local nonprofit organization called Support for Moms. Support for Moms is comprised of moms that have come together to offer support to other moms and family members. We provide an avenue for parents to build networks, share experiences in a positive, non-judgmental manner, and to learn and support peers in navigating the world of special needs, differences, and medical abnormalities. Currently, there are 935 members involved with Support for Moms. This represents well over 935 special needs kids, and many of these families have more than one child with special needs. I'm here to speak on behalf of my child and the organization that I represent. I'm pleased to express my support for the motion for a feasibility study to understand the community need for a facility that provides recreational opportunities for children and adults with special needs. I want this community to know that in some aspects, we do have amazing services provided by the Hub, Autism Society, McMahon, YMCA, and the Justin Slade Youth Foundation, and the Boys and Girls Club, just to name some of the most well-known providers. However, I would like to share some of the gaps that are easily identified in the system for special needs children as it relates to recreation. Number one, age-appropriate, all-inclusive recreation activities. There are limited drop-in recreation facilities that are all-inclusive or sensory-friendly. Many of the services are also targeted for 7 and under. The hub provides recreational services for children aged 6 and under, and only parental programming for children above the age of 6. McDonald Island has drop-in services for rock climbing, volleyball, skating, bike and trike, and basketball. These are wonderful services for the community, but unfortunately, they are not all inclusive or sensory friendly. This is problematic for many of our special needs families. McDonald Island also has a drop-in playground, but it is for ages 7 and under. The playground is accessible, meaning it is easy to access, but the equipment is comprised of nearly all climbing structures. Children with a variety of disabilities struggle with this type of equipment, including children with mobility and vision disability. The indoor playground at Mac Island is loved by so many, but I do wish that it was inclusive with more sensory gym equipment, sensory hours, and a time available for older children or even adults. My daughter, who has mobility issues, took nearly 7 years to be able to use this equipment in the playground. And now that she is able, she has aged out, and there is no alternative cost-effective space in the community. As this facility is used by families in their entirety, it would be so beneficial to have a space that is all-inclusive there. Number 2, indoor all-inclusive facilities. Indoor recreation facilities are crucial in the region of Wood Buffalo due to the region's harsh climate. This is even more true for people with special needs, as having indoor facility will provide a space for people with sensitivities to temperature, seasonal change, challenges with accessibility, sensory sensitivities, and mobility challenges. The region of Wood Buffalo has winter activities available for the community like Vista Ridge and the Nordic Ski Club, but these can be very difficult for many special needs families to participate in and are therefore left to look at indoor facilities. Having more all-inclusive activities and inclusive gym would provide physical activity that is often hard to find in this harsh climate. I would like to acknowledge that all-inclusive gym equipment can and does appeal to and engage people of all abilities. They are simply designed to be more accessible and appropriate for children who do have special needs. And number 3, cost-effective options. Raising a child with special needs can significantly increase costs compared to raising a typical developing child. Some factors contributing to this higher cost are specialized medical care, therapy, medical travel, specialized equipment, potentially reduced parental income, as caring for a child with a disability can significantly impact employment. Our community requires cost-effective recreational options so that everyone can access recreation year-round regardless of their economic status, so that members of our community can access these facilities on a regular basis with family, friends, and respite services throughout the community. To conclude, I would like Council to consider the following. I would like the feasibility study to capture all options available while understanding the need for all-inclusivity and cost-effective options in the community. And second, I would like to request that the feasibility study utilize Support for Moms as a major shareholder throughout the process. We are an important voice of the community and can provide feedback that is necessary for success. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Thanks for this, Renee. I guess my question to you is, so what you're really looking for in your case would be, you're looking for infrastructure, stuff that's built that you can utilize and at times that suit your needs, correct?
For me personally, absolutely. But I will say that I'm speaking on behalf of Support for Moms, and there's such a diverse group of disabilities that this assessment would actually capture what the community needs.
Right, there's a reason I'm asking that, because I want to make sure it's not about, if they're going to do a feasibility study, don't just make it about programming. It needs to be about all aspects, and it's such a diverse area. I've done some work in it, and I don't think I want to miss it. If we're going to do it right, do it right. That's all I'm trying to understand. So.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Have any other questions for the delegate? Councillor Benjoko? Oops. Right,
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and I will remember what you said, that we are the important voice for our children. Mothers are. Thank you for coming forward.
Of course, thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilor Majoko. Do you have any other questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing it, so thank you, Renee.
Okay, thank you again.
Ali Waite? And Ali, just let you know, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ali Waite, and I've been a physiotherapist here in Fort McMurray for over 10 years. I work with some of the most vulnerable children in our community, children with disabilities, developmental delays, and complex medical needs. When I heard about Councillor Benjoko's motion to ask for a study to assess and understand the recreational needs of children with disabilities, I felt compelled to come and speak tonight. Because what I see in my daily work is that we are not yet meeting those needs and that we're missing a critical opportunity to lead. Fort McMurray does not have a single fully inclusive, accessible playground. And yet, like many communities, we have many children with disabilities. These kids deserve a safe and accessible space to play. Inclusive playgrounds promote equal opportunity, dignity, and independent participation. And playgrounds are not just about fun. They improve motor skills, speech development, problem-solving abilities, and are crucial for children with developmental delays and disabilities. I've seen some progress with some of the recent retrofits and upgrades throughout the city: accessible swings, sensory panels, interactive pieces, curb improvements, but we're still falling short in a few key ways. And I'm going to share a few examples with you. For instance, at St. Kateri's School, some new interactive pieces were installed along the sidewalk, but these pieces were placed too far away from the sidewalk to actually be reached by any children with a mobility device, and there's a significant curb and drop-off into the wood surfacing. So the pieces that were added are not actually usable by the children that they're intended to be used by. Father Beauregard School, which is listed as an RMWB website as an accessible playground, has a lot of great features that have been added in the last few years that are fantastic for so many children. However, a wheelchair accessible swing was installed, but there's no path to reach it. Technically, engineered wood fiber is considered accessible, but the reality of it is that it is extremely difficult for those with mobility devices and physical disabilities to navigate. I know that this swing is underused because of this issue. The staff that I work with at that school have not been able to push any of our students in wheelchairs through that engineered wood fiber to actually access the swing. At Christina Gordon School, the updates to that park, members of the Christina Gordon Inclusive Committee had to fundraise over $90,000 for that. I asked them how to start this process because I was looking at trying to get the process started for the Elsianic Dave McNeely School. And they told me to try and work with the city before raising all of the funds. I had a meeting with the city in December of 2023. Despite numerous follow-ups on my side, the communication broke down after that meeting, and I was not really provided with any updates on how to continue to work with the municipality to get upgrades to that playground. Rubber surfacing. It's my understanding that the RMWB from their website that all parks with rubber surfacing are being replaced with engineered wood fiber. I understand that there are few options considered to be accessible for playground surfacing and that both engineered wood fibers and rubber surfacing are included. However, I would like to ask council or this study to look at the reasoning behind making that change. Why are we moving away from the rubber surfacing, which is the most reliably accessible option? Yes, rubber surfacing requires maintenance, but does that justify eliminating it entirely? Can each park be considered individually, not only for the cost of maintenance, but also for who that park and playground structure serves? Fenced playgrounds, not one that I'm aware of exists in our city. For children prone to eloping or with limited safety awareness, fencing is not a luxury, it's a necessity. I recently read a Facebook post from a local mom who was looking for a fenced playground options as she was pregnant. She had a young child with autism that she was not going to be able to run after if her child decided to leave the playground. I'd also like to discuss Fort Chipewyan, or have Fort Chipewyan, make sure Fort Chipewyan is included in the feasibility study. Especially the playgrounds and facilities in Fort Chipewyan. Many children there would also benefit from safe and accessible and inclusive spaces and playgrounds that they can play at in the summer and winter months. They don't have any designated playgrounds that have accessible features either, and many of the families there do not feel safe sending their children to play at the parks. While I understand that not every park can be made inclusive and accessible, I ask that council consider having the playgrounds and parks added to this feasibility study for children with disabilities in the community. If playgrounds are having structures added to make them more accessible and inclusive, I think we need to make sure that we're looking at the location and the surfacing to make sure that these pieces that we're adding are actually usable and that proper stakeholders are involved in that process. If we're going to eliminate rubber surfacing, I think council really needs to consider and investigate if there are other options than engineered wood fibers. I also think it's important for the RMWB to consider having a dedicated park that is safe, inclusive, and accessible. I want to thank council for this opportunity to speak on this issue. I feel passionate about playground accessibility as I spend a lot of time on playgrounds near our schools. Every day I watch parents who have children with disabilities hit barrier after barrier after barrier. They are maxed out to a level that most of us cannot comprehend. They shouldn't have to fight to have their children considered when playgrounds and facilities in this community are being built and updated. They also should not have the burden of fundraising so that their children can have a park that is safe, inclusive, and accessible to play at. This is about more than playgrounds. It's about dignity and equity, and ensuring that every child in Fort McMurray feels like they belong. Thank you.
Thanks, Ally. And you should help with the study. Do you have any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much, Ally.
Thank you.
Councilor Dober has a question, Ally. Oh.
Really appreciate all those who have come here. Very, very important matter which at least I never thought before. And it is more than important than even the Twin Arena that where we are spending 40 million.
Thanks, Councilor Dover. Carla Power. So Carla, just give your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carla Power, and I'm the co-creator of Hoop Heroes Inclusive Basketball Association, along with my husband, Frank Power. We not only run a nonprofit for children with disabilities in the community, but we have both been teaching here since 2012. And most importantly, we are raising 2 special needs children, Patty and Kelton, who are both diagnosed with autism at the age of 2. Our boys are both non-speaking, so we have become their voices and their advocates until they can do so for themselves. I can speak on behalf of my husband and I in both saying that we wholeheartedly support Councillor Banjoko's proposal to do a needs assessment in our community. It's something that we've been thinking about for a long, long time. As our boys get older, we notice that their needs don't decrease, they increase, and the barriers become more. So we love Fort McMurray and we want to raise our family here, and we want to make sure that all of the children get what they need in our community. Although we do have some wonderful programs in our community, like Social Respite and Camp Kids First, run through the Autism Society, Volt Hockey, Challenger Baseball, Royals Inclusive Hockey, and Hoop Heroes Inclusive Basketball, there is a serious lack of facilities that service the needs of families like ours. So our children need lots of stimulation throughout the day, like through gross motor activities such as swinging, jumping, and climbing. They also need access to sensory spaces to help calm their nervous systems and regulate themselves. When this strike was going on, it became very clear that there are not enough spaces in which our children can access these resources. Asked to stay home from school, they not only missed out on their education, but on daily stimulation with their peers, teachers, and EAs, as well as access to gross motor and sensory rooms that can be found in their schools. As a result, many families reported that their child or children became extremely dysregulated and sometimes even aggressive. On a personal note, our own children suffered a great deal with self-harm and aggression, resulting in extreme stress for our family and having to consult a pediatrician to begin the process of medication for our 6-year-old. So I just want to let that sink in, because they didn't have access to what they needed. And it wasn't about math and science and LA for them. When the strike was going on for over 50 days, our situation became dire and we were in survival mode. Unfortunately, the strike only exacerbated a problem that we already knew existed. The services and facilities for the special needs community in RMWB are severely lacking. As a family, we try to fill these gaps by bringing our children to various indoor playgrounds and outdoor playgrounds to help stimulate them and their needs. We also have built our own sensory gross motor room in our basement. This has resulted in much financial strain on our family, and we know many other families that feel the same way or that can simply not afford it. We need a facility in which our children can be themselves. They can swing, jump, climb, flap, spin, and get all the input they need in a safe and inclusive environment that not only allows our children to be in it, but embraces them and helps them to develop. As a mom of 2 boys with autism, life can be very isolating at times. We are often left out of social events or unable to attend due to the lack of accommodations that would allow our children to attend safely. When my friends ask me to go sledding down at the Snai, I have to think, how close to the road are we going to be? Are they going to be able to access water? Will someone have a fire pit going? Those sorts of questions that not all parents ask themselves. And to speak to Ali's point, when we bring them to a playground, I will never, ever be the mother that sits on the bench on her phone. I simply can't do that. I'm always within arm's reach of my children because there are no spaces that I can sit and relax at when they're with me. They run faster than me, so I need to be able to catch them. So please, in conclusion, please consider supporting Councillor Banjoko's proposal to do a needs assessment, really listening to the voices of the people who know what we need in this community, as all children deserve to be able to play in a safe and inclusive environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Carly, it's great to see you in the council chambers. I know the work you put in. I take this time to just recognize your husband as well. Not just looking after your own kids, but both of you guys putting your time out there for the other autistic children, being a coach and stuff. And I know that I think I sponsored him, but never got. I hear from him lots, and I certainly hear what you're saying. And an old friend of mine had spent a lot of time with, had an autistic kid, and he's well known in the community. And Mark, see Mark a couple of days ago, he's like 7 feet tall. So I know your challenges, but I also want to recognize that you're not just looking after your own. You're a pretty humble person, and your husband is too. Not only a teacher, but you're making a difference in our community. So I just want to say thank you.
I appreciate that, and I know Frank would appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Dogar?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam, again, once all of you for coming here and apprising us of the making us conscious. I just want to ask you, your office, it is opposite us, the union office, and you are in the basement? Office location. In the society, are you not? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a member of the Autism Society. I used to serve on the board of the Autism Society, but they are in the Unifor building, yes.
Okay, that is separate and you are benefited
Yeah, so
each
my
other?
husband and I run Hoop Heroes Inclusive Basketball, and our office is our home. We don't have an office. It was a dream that we created kind of within our own space, and we've had over 60 children register for the 5 seasons that we've run the program. Yeah, but I am heavily involved with the Autism Society and always do. My boys attend their summer camp and their respite program as well. Yeah.
I paid a visit once there, so I didn't see any of the faces which are sitting here. So I thought I must ask you for my further follow-up. Surely, you know, if I want to meet you and discuss, I have raised fundraising in my own community, in Muslim community, on the name of autism. And surely we are in the process of doing it. That is only for this society. And surely we'll make a follow-up. Thank you.
Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Boma. It's just another thank you to you for standing with your children and for your selfless service to others and turning the challenges to opportunities to serve. So thank you, and thanks for coming.
Thanks. 1 second, Carla. There's one more question. Councillor Ball?
Sorry, my bad. You brought up some points that are significantly different than the others, and this is where I'm kind of a little sideways on the scope of work, because I think it's going to be a very vague and comprehensive scope of work to get this done. Can you think of any quick wins? Is where I'm sort of going. Like, is there anything that can be done very easily, quickly? That just jumps out at me.
If you have money, yes.
Well, it's all going to cost money. We know that.
So one thing that I really consider an asset when we go to Edmonton, we go to a place called We Rock the Spectrum, and it's a fantastic facility for anybody who hasn't been there. It's got, it's like a giant gross motor room. It has swings of all kinds, climbing structures, crash pads, zip lines. It's a very physical space. It has a play area. It has a sensory room. So if we had the space to bring in that sort of equipment, that would be fantastic. It would be a great start. It would be an inside facility that our kids can go to in the winter time, which, you know, as we know, is many months here in Fort McMurray. Within that facility, programs could also be offered. So in my dream, we would have a space as such, where it's set up with our kids in mind, and it can be universal design. This is the thing. Wheelchair ramps aren't just for people in wheelchairs. Everybody can walk up them. That's the point I want to get across, is that we're not building something specifically just for this, because I do realize we're a smaller pocket. But we're quite loud too, I think. And so, yes, it would benefit our children greatly, but it would benefit all children greatly, and adults, and anybody who needs that sensory input. I mean, as a classroom teacher, a music teacher, I have a cozy cube in my classroom, and it's not just the kids with autism that go there to take a break. It's the kids that are having a hard day. It's the kids that maybe have ADHD and they know they're not going to make a great choice, so they're like, can I go to the cozy cube? Because, like, I can't keep my hands to myself right now. And I'm like, yes, you can. It's us predicting what will help before we see the problems. So, like, when we look around at our facilities, for example, our 2 indoor playgrounds of Awesome Chaos and Play On Space, we love to go there, my family and I. However, every time we go, it's quite costly. And the number one problem we have is there's no system to keep them from leaving and going to the parking lot. All it would take is for them to run right past the desk attendant. And so we need a facility that considers accessibility, inclusivity, safety, vestibular input, and Allie can explain all of this because she's a PT. But kids like ours, they need to swing. So it's not, you know how you need a cup of coffee to start your day? This is how I best describe it to people. My children need to sit on a swing every day. And so even something as simple as when I look at the outdoor playground right now, at Christina Gordon, that's where I am, all of our swings are down. So, and we have 1 sensory room with a swing in it. So we have 49 children who need to swing every day, and our outdoor swings are taken down. There's 2 baby swings, but my 9-year-old can't fit in them, only my 6-year-old, and truly, he's too big for it. So we need to start considering this. I know that they were taken down because there were puddles underneath, but yeah, we need to start considering all of our decisions with everyone in mind. That's like my big take home, I think. Sorry, I got off track with your question. So my big thing is, I think we need to utilize a space. I'm sure we have buildings that we could already bring this equipment to. And then within that space, we need to start offering programming. And we can work with people like Support for Moms, Autism Society. Autism Society has a great space, but right now they're struggling to keep their doors open for social respite because they lost their funding from United Way, thank you. So even things like that, like just getting people to care enough to give the funding. Autism Society has the people to work. They just don't have the funding to keep the programs going. And it just seems like another blow to the special needs community after being asked to stay home from school for 50+ days. So that's what when I talk about barriers, that's what I'm talking about. As a parent, it's like, if you could see the weight on my shoulders, you would understand. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, that was a very long-winded answer. I'm a music teacher. I talk with my hands and yeah.
Thanks, Carla.
No problem.
And thanks for having you and Frank do as well. Thanks. Jennifer Vardy. And Jennifer, you want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Sure. Hello, everyone. For the record, my name is Jennifer Vardy. Going off my script here a bit, I was going to amend my speech because of the amendment that Councillor Banjoko had made to the motion. However, I'm going to keep it in its original state because I think there are a lot of really good pieces when we think about this further down the line. From 2016 to 2021, I was the Director of Early Education and Child and Family Support Services with the Fort McMurray 468 First Nation. In 2016, I founded the 468 Early Years Coalition, which provided developmental services to children ages 0 to 6 living on reserves. During my presentation, I will discuss the benefits and concerns of a designated recreation center for children and adults with differing abilities. I will end with a proposed amendment to the motion that strengthens the purpose of this motion, but also keeps its intent to increase inclusion within the region. Our region should be a place where everyone can enjoy recreational activities regardless of age, gender, religion, or differing abilities. Having designated recreation centers for people with differing abilities provides significant benefits. Some children and adults cannot participate in sensory-friendly options because they are simply still too overstimulating. A designated area where many potential triggers can be minimized would benefit the children and adults who need it. Additional safety measures and the design and structure of buildings could reduce risk of children and adults who may be at risk of running away from their caregivers, for instance. A shared community space is vital for fostering connection and strengthening identity. A dedicated, inclusive environment where individuals can express themselves freely without fear of judgment offers meaningful benefits to participants and their families. There are a few concerns I have. One concern with having a designated recreation center for people with differing abilities is a possibility of segregation, and we have talked a little bit about that. Our region's inclusion champions, like the Autism Society and Wood Buffalo Advisory on Inclusion, to name a few, has done incredible work in our region, making our region accessible to everyone who lives here. The Autism Society has partnered with local recreation centers to offer programming like sensory-friendly swimming and sensory-friendly grocery shopping. If we have a designated recreation building, will that make other organizations and current recreation centers less inclined to offer inclusive programming because they will rely solely on this building? Will it actually increase the need, or will it segregate to a single building for those in need? Another concern I have is lack of provincial support. So we did talk a little bit about this. Yes, recreation is a municipal jurisdiction. However, the health of special needs residents is a provincial mandate. And when we talk about recreation and health with children with special needs, that line is very blurry. In 2025, the Alberta government cut over $500,000 in disability services funding, impacting programs, as we talked about, the Autism Society. The AISH, which is Assured Income for the Severely Handicapped, was reduced by $48 million over 2 years. Due to budget cuts and lack of funders, our current service providers, like the Autism Society, are struggling to provide services, including recreation for people with special needs. My question is, how will creating a recreation center alleviate the current financial struggles that our services and their providers are currently facing? Is the idea of a singular recreation center the best solution for such a complex problem? In the past, the RMWB has relied on large recreation centers as a catch-all solution to complex and multi-dimensional community challenges. Moving forward, I hope we take an opportunity to learn from these experiences and listen first and build second. I know you'll like that one, Councillor Ball. In closing, I support increasing access to recreational programming for people with differing abilities. However, I do not think that we should commit to a single idea or solution before researching and speaking to local program providers, our families, but most importantly, our people with special needs. As such, I encourage the amendment to the motion, which is almost identical to yours, that administration complete a needs assessment to assess the current recreational options for individuals with special needs, with the goal of identifying gaps, barriers, and opportunities for inclusive recreation across the region. My amendment provides the RMWB with a needs assessment focused on recreational options for both adults and children, and the study provides data-supported results that will guide our decision without anchoring us to a single predetermined solution. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jennifer. And I think Councillor Banjoko's motion kind of covers, will cover all that.
Identical.
I think that covers it. I don't think she needs to amend it again. But yeah, thanks for presenting, and I look forward to what the assessment brings back. And Councillor Banjoko has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Maybe just a comment. Thank you, of course, for coming. And I think my amended motion might have taken care of most of what you talked about, especially things like segregation. And of course, I didn't intend for them to have only one location. I mean, there are people in Anzac, there are people in for Chippewa, but we need to get intentional about how we want to address this. And I don't think we had as many people with disability like autism and all 25, 30 years ago, even though some would argue is the diagnosis. But anyway, there's increase, and we need to increase the way we manage them. Thank you so much for coming forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Are there any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Jennifer. Octo Bishop? I just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain seated for questions, please.
My name is Octo Bishop. I would like to strongly support Funky Banjoko's motion because disabled kids become disabled adults. Although a lot of council members, I'm pretty sure all of you, might not know me or my mom, she was a champion during my schooling. She started up our hot lunch program, brought us back from the red when she had to leave to become an educational assistant, and has countlessly spent her hours advocating for my schooling and attempting to run our parent councils. What people didn't know is the millisecond I got home, I would curl myself up into a ball and cry, because at schools, there was not an accessible place for me. My mom has known since I was in kindergarten that I'm autistic, although all throughout school, every single teacher said, no, you can't be. You're too amazing at writing stories. You don't act like all of the other autistic kids. Increasing accessibility will not only help those kids that are currently diagnosed. It would have helped me be diagnosed sooner instead of in 2023 when I had to seek it out myself after my former autistic partner told me, hey, I think you're probably autistic. It doesn't just benefit everyone to have wheelchair ramps. It benefits so many people. You have parents with strollers, people trying to push shopping carts, just people that don't want to have to climb the steps that day because they've already gotten their steps and they're too tired. And some people estimate that around only 14% of autistic people are employed. I can shed some light into it as a currently unemployed autistic person. It's exhausting. Having to police myself in the way I look at you, the way I speak to you, not having the appropriate needs in our community, especially growing up, has pushed me into a place where I don't know how to access anything. A feasibility study could give us a voice not just for recreational purposes for children, but for anyone in the region who's having difficulty accessing things. A simple solution that I think Councillor Ball would very much appreciate, as it doesn't exactly require any money spent, is for, I'm not sure if the City Council has one right now in this building, but a quiet room. Because sometimes even you guys might just need a minute to go sit somewhere quiet. Although it definitely has a better effect on me. The Autism Society already has a lot on their plate, and anything the region could do to help would be amazing. I know you guys are so amazing in championing new things, especially you, Mayor Bowman. You've made the region quite great, and being able to flex to my friends, hey, I live in a city that took me seriously and started to help people like me would be pretty cool. It's not just about accessibility for children or for adults, it's about benefiting everyone. But especially disabled people can be parents too. And I was a babysitter for one of our friend's children. I have my mom with mobility issues. Do you know how hard it is to push a walker through wood chips while you're trying to chase down a very energetic 2-year-old? It is not easy. Improving the accessibility in our region would be great, but the needs survey will do so much more than that. A lot of times it can be difficult to find out where you go to people about issues. Especially today, I had to ask Jennifer Vardy, hey, is it okay if I bring my phone? Is it okay if I bring my fidgets? What's the dress code for this? Because a lot of places don't think to put it out there. If we give the chance for autistic people to have a voice and other disabilities to have a voice, then you will wind up realizing how inaccessible a lot of the world is for us, but how easy the fixes are.
I don't know why you brought notes. Amazing, just amazing. I don't know if council has any questions, but we're all so proud of you in this community. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you all. Does council have any further questions? Councilor Grandison?
Not of the recipients, just of the overall. I certainly listened to everything and absolutely appreciate all the information you brought forward. I do have a couple of questions, I guess, more about the creating this. Even listening to you, it sounded so multi-dimensional. This is something that requires the school to be involved, something that requires a number of agencies, not just the municipality. I mean, certainly since I've been on council, you've said it yourself in your presentation, the province has cut X amount of dollars away, and it shifts from federal to provincial to municipal, but it's all the same tax base. And then we get kind of at this end, where do we venture into something that's provincial? So I guess I believe that there was an accessibility study that was done through ACOA or whatever at one point, and I believe there's another one coming. So I think there's lots of information that's already out there. I don't think getting a consultant and starting to do something all over again necessarily makes sense. I think the first thing we have to do is find out who's got what. I'm sure that the school boards have some information. I'm sure the island has some information. I'm sure there are a number of agencies that have a lot of information, and I think that's where it should start, rather than, you know, putting out money and reinventing the wheel. A lot of the information's already here. And then also identify within that study whose playground is it. Like I've said so very often, the municipality's playground is here, and the province's is here, and we get those two mixed up a lot of times. And I think whatever the outcome of this study should be, it should also indicate whose playground is what and how we can work together to accomplish some of this, because we can't do it by ourselves. That's pretty obvious to me. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. I agree. I think the ACOA, RECIDE, they can all be kind of branched into all the school boards and see what information's out there. as well as the Autism Society and different societies already exist in the community can all get together and use that as in the assessment. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Is anyone from Community Services in the house?
Yep, just 1 second. Go ahead, Tony.
Yes, is there a question? Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Boussier.
Through the chair to Tony, how much work has been done in this area?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, there's been, as noted, there's been some accessibility studies, but as some of the presenters did differentiate, that's not necessarily the same as inclusive. So that's part of what this needs assessment can assess, is where there still might be some gaps remaining. There's been some research prepared about what does seem to exist already in the community, but we do understand that might not be all-inclusive. It was just a kind of a cursory review of what we could find online in anticipation of this notice of motion tonight. So there's definitely some work still remaining to be done.
Okay, and through the chair, I guess, how do we make sure we get this right?
That's a big question. I think that with some collaboration with some of the local organizations who are represented here tonight, along with some of the social profit organizations that we do know offer some programs, some of the facilities mentioned tonight that some of them are owned by the RMWB. There could be a good comprehensive review of what does exist and where the gaps still could remain, and come up with a plan with our partners.
Okay, just and I'll feed off what you just said about our own assets. Do we know, like, for example, what McDonald Island has done to improve inclusivity down there in the last, I don't know, year, 2 years, 3 years? Do we have a record of any improvements, or do we keep track of that type of information?
I'm not sure, through the chair, all of what has been done. I do understand there's been an adult accessible washroom installed. I'm getting some nods of heads, but something that we can certainly collaborate a little bit more with our partners to, and I think that might have been outlined also in the accessibility study that's been done. So we can pull all the pieces together and come up with a plan for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar?
First of all, great appreciation to Councillor Manjoko for bringing it a very nice and public that deals with our daily life. I wanted to comment upon what Councillor Alan Grandison said, and the Mayor has rightly replied him that there are certain challenges, certain problems which are to be consulted by the professionals, administration, and with the challenges, the resources has to be tallied, and accordingly planning has to be done. It is not Manjoko who would reply, or it is above the level of discussion on this forum. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Do you have any other questions, comments, or debates from council? And closing statements, Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you to everyone who came out to stay with us till almost 10 o'clock. Thank you. And tonight, we've heard more from mothers for a reason. As stated by one of the speakers, we are the important voices of our children. I have two of my own, and I know how dear they are to me, even though they are both grown adults. I'm speaking tonight And we are all speaking tonight to support 900 children that we know of. But I'm sure there are many more. Not that we want it to be, but where there are challenges, we also have to seize the opportunity to make life better. This motion is about equity and not equality. Equality is what it seems that we have. We need to make some changes, and we need to at least know what we have and what we need, and see then what we need to fill the gap. One of the speakers rightly said it might not even be about money. We need to know what we need and then work towards helping our special need people. During the process of this, putting this motion together, I have learned a lot. I have learned new words that I didn't know before. I have also researched other communities, how they are tackling this problem. This is not peculiar to Wood Buffalo or to Abada or even to Canada. This is a global epidemic, and government everywhere is stepping up to help. And I hope that tonight when we vote, when my colleagues vote, we will remember the 900 children and many adults that are affected. And if we can do one thing to help, I hope this will be the one. Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councilor Banjoko. I guess my one question is, before we move on to voting for this thing, is can we make it so, because I know the motion is to bring the scope of work back in September of 2025. Is that something that council needs to approve, that exact scope of work? Is that the intention?
Thank you, Councillor Ball. I have been in touch with administration. From our discussion, they will be bringing forward the scope and maybe not necessarily the complete work, but whatever they have as at September, they will bring to us for our consideration. And I guess did I speak correctly? Thank you. So that's what the intent is.
So the intent is when they bring forward the scope of work, we would approve that scope of work or amend it as necessary in September.
We might need to amend it, and that will be one of the things that we need to do as leaders. Yeah.
That's all I'm curious about.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering, would it be amicable? I guess it's not an amendment to your motion, but amicable to, give a heads up to the local school boards, and also, certainly know a lot of presenters here tonight, being a trustee. I think we made some ground. I know that the city is as Mrs. Elliott alluded to, I know they're doing a bit of a study, but I think that the big missing piece here this evening is we have two MLAs that, certainly the money comes from the province. And I don't know if they're not involved, but I know that they always want to give benefit to the people that where the funding comes from. Because the way I see Mr. Ball's last question is, from this evening, this will come back to council and become a municipal responsibility. And I think we need to stop that and put it right back in the arms. And I think if it was amicable, I think this motion, once it passes, I'm sure it will, because we just made this 22 schools, make sure they have intramurals. So I think we need to involve the people that actually want to have some clout. And if the province keeps on gutting the services that are within this community, we're going to be triple banged. And we've talked about that many times. There's industry partners that could help us. But I just want to make sure that we include the the people that are actually responsible for the last couple of hours what we talked about. And it's only fair to our MLAs to make sure that this is a known problem. And the way it sits now, it'll come back to be our project, our responsibility, and the kids deserve all the support, always. Well, I just want to, I'm not trying to adjust the motion, but is there a political tool we could use after this vote? Make sure it's not our responsibility, but we're champions of it. And it comes back to making sure that our boards and respecting them, and also our MLAs that actually are at that treasury table, that are taking away the money in the wrong places.
Thank you. Through the chair, back to Councillor McGrath. If I understand you correctly, you're saying we should include the school board and the MLA and the MLAs for our region, right?
Yeah. I think we should, the chairs of the boards, the 4 school boards, I think they should be, given the heads up. This is what we're going to do. They might have, and then because there's no better job than what Francois does there for the kids. And then I think our MLAs, where the money's going to come from, give them the benefit that, hey, this is on your plate. You got to help us. Because right now, none of these guys are part of I just think the more people get behind this, and I don't think it should wait until September. We should be ready for the kids next September. Because that's when the schools and the parks, that's when they do all their work.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. I have no exception to adding school board and MLAs, but I just feel I don't want to be over prescriptive about where administration will go to get the information. And I think they're hearing us tonight. If we think there's need to add that to the motion, I could. And so thank you for sharing the information. Again, I believe they will come back with what they find, and then we take it up from there. So I'm open to adding that if that would still be okay.
It takes a community to raise a child. And I think right now what Mr. Ball, I think, is going to allude to is that once this leaves this evening, it becomes a solely municipal project. And that's why we are where we are today. I think that we owe it to ourselves and owe it to the kids to make sure that the MLAs, that's just in the house where the cash comes from.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And tonight, I also don't want us to focus on the money, on the budget. We don't have any project. As at now, I don't know. We are not 100% sure where we would need to put the funds, and this visibility study will show us what we need. And I think the extending the study to the school boards absolutely makes sense. They are already doing some things in the classrooms, and I'm aware of that. So, by all means.
I certainly wasn't making a monetary issue. It's a responsibility issue, and if you give all those responsible the heads up that this is what we're going to do, like child services comes from Alberta, each comes from Alberta. And if they don't know, if our MLAs don't know, they can't help us.
Yeah, and I agree, Councilor Bajoko and Councilor McGrath. I think we can definitely get the MLAs involved as well as school boards, and I think a lot of the funding for any of these projects should be coming from the provincial government, and I think we can work as councillors towards that as well. But definitely bringing the MLAs on side to know what's going on as well as the school boards at the same time.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Ball.
Yeah, and just to echo that, so to your point, Councilor McGrath, that's why I want the scope of work brought back to council for approval. There are certain agencies and other government agencies and even industry partners that will be responsible for providing some of this. It's not solely a municipal project. That's why I want the scope of work brought back to council for approval. Perfect. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, that's what this, I think the motion was to bring it back to council as basically a scope of what's needed. The feasible study will tell us what is needed, where to get the funds from, and, just exactly how many kids that we have in this region, not only in Fort McMurray, but in the whole region of, including rural, what is basically needed. And that's where we can start fighting for, where to get it from. And the municipality also can, dish out where it's needed. But that's where that study will come back in September. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walkman. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. If it's okay, then I have the amended version. The administration has been able to send something to me, so I am ready.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Banjoko, for friendly amendment.
Can you project it, Sonia?
It's there.
Oh, okay, sorry. I think maybe I need a new pair of glasses or what. Thank you, everyone, again. So my motion now is that administration carry out a needs assessment to understand the community's recreational opportunities for special needs people. That the study looks at existing services, new services, and engage residents, stakeholders, MLAs, and school boards who provide recreation to special needs people, and that administration report back to council, including scope of work for needs assessment before or by September 9, 2025.
Thanks, Councillor Banjoko. And with that, I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Boussier, Councillor Cardinal, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute break and we're back at 10 p.m. exactly.
Well, welcome back, everybody. The next item on the agenda is number 9.1, which are Mayor Bowman's motion regarding aging in place at Willow Square, and as such, the mayor has vacated the chair. Mayor Bowman, could you please read out your motion?
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. The administration engaged with Council's Advisory Committee on Aging to collaborate on recommended next steps for the development of a proposed aging in place facility at Willow Square, and that any next steps be inclusive of a community and relevant stakeholder engagement of a relevant stakeholder engagement plan and an updated feasibility study, and that an update on progress be presented to council by September 9th.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please, for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Walkman. Sorry, Councillor Granderson. Mayor Bowman, you may now speak to your motion.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Thanks, everyone, for listening to this motion here and going over it. I know there's a lot of considerable history that's gone on and understandable connection and emotion in this entire community regarding Willow Square. But tonight, I just want everyone to stay focused on what this is really all about. It's about our seniors, older adults, and elders that are the foundation of this community. And secondly, I'm thinking about the people that will one day become seniors, because we need to keep the future in mind for them as well. And I'll be first to say this was not my idea. But in a position of public service, sometimes it's important to demonstrate council's leadership and intent in enabling the community itself. And I'm also guided by something Councilor McGrath and the late Guy Boulier has often said in the past, that if we can do anything around this horseshoe, is to take care of our seniors and take care of our young people, and everyone else will take care of themselves. So in that sense, we stand on the shoulders of those that came before us. This is an idea that's been championed by seniors advocates, organizations supporting our seniors, and many others. Championed since at least 2012, and no doubt many years before that. And I thank all of them for that, and appreciate it. And it's not lost to me that many of these people that we sought for guidance and direction and that stood up for aging in place at Willow Square are no longer with us. And also know that 2013 to 2017 councils played a major leadership role in establishing Willow Square where it is today. Councilor Boussier and Councilor McGrath, I know you're both part of the council, and if anyone knows the history, you supported this idea all the way. There was also a motion from former councillor Tyron Alt in 2015, supported unanimously by council at that time, for a municipality to contribute up to $10.5 million for such a facility built in this community if supported by the Advisory Committee on Aging. And that funding is still in place today. With that being said, many people may be wondering why we're doing this now. Well, as the accumulation of the master land agreement with the province, one added thing we were able to negotiate was that the remaining land adjacent to the continuing care facility be transferred to the municipality. In our conversations with former Minister Guthrie, we made it clear that the intent will be to use this land for community-led aging in place, and that's something that the community desires. So today I'm just asking council, supporting and moving this conversation ahead for administration to engage with the Advisory Committee on Aging and what the next steps could look like, working alongside the community. And we also know that 2018-2019, Wood Buffalo Housing did a needs assessment for aging in place at Willow Square, which concluded that at the time they would look at it again within 5 to 15 years. Then, in November 2023, this council unanimously supported a resolution to request that myself be authorized on behalf of council to send a letter of support to Minister of Infrastructure requesting that the remaining land at Willow Square Continuing Care Center site be transferred to the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo. And the request has been brought to council's attention Advisory Committee on Aging, which is leading the implementation of the Wood Buffalo Aging and Friendly Work Plan. Now it's 2025, and we've negotiated the land to be for community use for the seniors population that we have that is growing, and a council-approved age-friendly work plan, including a priority to developing age-friendly, affordable, and accessible housing option for older adults. I believe now's the time, so I'm asking for your support to let the seniors and the community take the lead on what's next for the aging in place facility at Willow Square. Thanks, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for preparing. Sonia, I believe we have delegates for this item?
Yes, we do have one delegate, Jennifer Vardy.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer. Obviously, state your name, and you've got 5 minutes to present. Please stay there to answer any questions following.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Mayor and Council, my name is Jennifer Vardy, and I'm here to present in favor of the Aging in Place facility at Willow Square. I've had the opportunity of working with elders and seniors from Fort McMurray to Conklin, Fort Chip, Fort McKay, and one of the biggest concerns is they've made a life here, and after, when they do need support, are they able to stay, or do they have to start a new life in Edmonton or Calgary that has better support services? Aging in Place facility in the RMWB would bring numerous social and economic benefits to seniors, family, and the broader community. Providing a full spectrum of care, older adults are able to remain in familiar surroundings even as their health needs change, reducing stress and promoting a better quality of life. These facilities help combat loneliness and isolation through on-site programming, peer socialization, improving mental health outcomes. Tailored services such as home care, nursing, support, meal provisions, and recreational activities can be adapted to meet the evolving needs of each resident, creating a supportive and a responsive environment. Beyond individual health, Aging in Place facilities strengthen communities and cultural connections. They allow seniors to remain close to their families, avoiding the emotional toll and financial burden of relocating to urban centers like Edmonton or Calgary. In diverse regions like the RMWB, these facilities can also be designed with culturally sensitive sensitivities in mind, offering Indigenous wellness practices, traditional food, and also language support. Fun fact, if you didn't know, in the community of Jonve, almost all of our elders are primarily Dene-speaking people. So when we have presentations, we actually have to bring in a translator to help. So having this offered in our community would allow people to be more comfortable and able also to speak their own language as they get older. Another benefit that we will see is an economic benefit. Retaining seniors can also retain their spending power within the region, strengthen the local economy instead of redirecting pensions and other expenditures to other municipalities. It'll generate local employment opportunities in healthcare, food services, transportation, maintenance, and also social programming. Long-term planning for the Aging in Place facility aligns with the strategic needs and vision for the RMWB. The senior population is expected to grow, and investing in infrastructure now ensures the region is prepared to meet the future demands. It also enhances the reputation of the municipality as a compassionate and inclusive place to live, attracting both residents and investment. Lastly, it promotes equality by making high-quality care accessible for seniors at all income levels, especially those who may not have the means to afford private assistance or, like I said before, relocate elsewhere. In closing, I fully support the development of Aging in Place facility at Willow Square. The longstanding success of the Riverside Continuing Care Home operated by the Fort McKay First Nation demonstrates that culturally rooted, community-based care can thrive within our region. With the proven model, there is every reason to believe that similar initiatives in Fort McMurray will not only succeed, but become a cornerstone of compassionate care in the RMWB. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. A lot of research, and I appreciate all your points, especially about employment and investment. That's huge. Is there any questions from council for the delegate? Mayor Bowman? Oh, sorry. We'll try this again. Oh, I lost you there. There you go. Nope.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Through the chair. Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks for the support. I think it's something that's very much needed in the community. And I do look at Fort McKay as a Cadillac of seniors' homes. And I've known a lot of seniors that have been through there. And it's definitely the creme de la creme of seniors' homes. And I really hope that when I look at this, the value of our aging in place here in the community is it's good. People, as our population grows, we can capture that before it gets to the point. So thanks for your support.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor Dogar?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my neighborhood. My question is, do you include Golden Year Society with it? Aging in facility. Whosoever is, whether she,
right now we're
okay, she can apply it or you can apply it.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, would they include the Golden Age Society in the feasibility study? Well, I would hope so. That would be probably my first step. I would assume that they would include all of the service providers providing services to seniors within the region to make sure that the aging in place is appropriate for the gaps that they see and also the services they've provided in the past. Admin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other questions of council? Not seeing any. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to questions of council and debate. Mayor Bowman.
Thanks, Councilor Walker, through the chair. Yeah, so I think Councilor Dogar brought up a good point. I think the idea is that our seniors, the study will include Golden Years Society, St. Aidan's, that our ICOA brings all them together to bring a proper study back on what the community needs are. And maybe the needs aren't right now. Maybe the needs are in 5-10 years time, but I think we need planning for it now, because even our seniors luncheons we have twice a year, basically they get maxed out at 266, 270 people, and we have a waiting list to get in there, and a lot of people are actually moving to the community that are seniors because of facilities we have. So I think if we're not at a maxed out position right now for living for them, we may come in the near future, we'll need that. So that's kind of my view for this, is that it needs to bring all these groups together to see what the community will need the next few years to come.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. Just want to say, now that the land deal has been signed and stuff, I think it's a great time, a great refresher. And I think there's a lot of information, historical data that the mayor pointed out. And I'd also be remiss this evening, like Mr. McNeely and Myrtle, Joan, whole crowd of people put a lot of time into this, and I'm sure that you appreciate this evening that we put it back on the table, and we get that building, in situ downtown. And I want to pass out a bit of thanks to Mayor Blake too, because she was in a tight spot back then with us, and took a lot of time, and because she's an old friend, she forgave us for being a bit rough, and we got it done. And now, Mayor Bowman, hats off to you. Because while this is fresh, this is one home run that I think we could make as a council and say we got it done. Because I think that we're just a few inches away, because it is our land now. And if they could give us back that 10 million, we could put shovels in the ground, as you say, because we got the cash. And I'll tell you, that location was the choice, still is the choice. And when you go over to Rotary House and you look at, Vargo and Casclody, those guys, and Neil Roberts back in the day, I go over to that place every now and then, because there's seniors from all over the province. They love it over there at Rotary House. Mrs. Burkle and her son Gerald passed away that home together. Not just a home for seniors, it was a home for Aish. And it was a better place for Gerald to go to rest, right in the same building with his mom. So desperately needed, and hats off to you for bringing it back to the table, because I think we have all the tools to actually make it a reality in our term. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath, and thanks for the comments, because I think a huge part of this was your council and Councillor Boussier's council that really worked hard to make sure that we have that spot downtown for the seniors. So we could probably name a lot of people that were involved back in the day, but you guys are still sitting around the table here making decisions, and so my hat goes off to you two as well.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And Mayor Bowman. Councillor Boussiers.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Through the chair to the mayor, I don't believe a friendly amendment is required, but I just want to confirm, Mayor, that the engagement is going to include senior serving organizations, the GYS, and other seniors, because I do know there's many seniors that are not part of the GYS. So yes. I believe you've got.
Yeah, no, I'm great bringing that up, Councillor Boussier, because the idea is that the Advisory Committee on Aging will go out to those groups, as well as out in Anzac, out in Fort McKay, in Janvier, and because we have I see that with our seniors luncheons we have, that there's so much of the rural in there as well now, because we had those luncheons went from 20 people at the Golden Years to now we have almost 300. So I think our community, our Council's Advisory Committee on Aging that's the idea, them to go to all these groups, whereas Golden Years, St. Aidan's, Anzac, all the different groups to bring together what they think, what their vision is and where they want to be. And like Ms. Vardy mentioned about Dene people speaking in Janvier, I think that's a big part to bring it forward, whether it's Cree and Dene, to have that available for seniors so they be comfortable.
Okay, thank you, and I do appreciate you bringing this forward. It's a very important initiative, and it's, like Councilor McGrath said, it's probably should have been done a while ago, so thanks for that, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussiers. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. As a long-standing member of ACOA, just wanted to, if people are unaware, that committee has members from all those agencies sitting on it. So Golden Years is there, St. Aidan's is there, Wood Buffalo Housing is there. There's a number of agencies already on that committee, so they're well covered off. There's just a few that obviously we might need to pick up, so.
Thanks, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Councillor Ball, for being the youth representative on the Aging Committee. Councillor Banjoko?
Did you say youth?
I did.
I'm 58.
Today.
He's a senior.
Today.
Today.
You.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Whoever I am.
Okay. I just want to appreciate Mayor Bowman for bringing this forward and to say openly that I am fully in support. And this is one of the things that it should be dear to all of us. It extends to retention of population in this region. I know of communities where people move away when the parents get to a certain age because of so many factors. So the more we can do things to retain older people, the seniors, we are all getting close to that, to the seniors level. So the better for all of us. And truly we are getting close to that. So we're doing it for ourselves as well. So I support this fully. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Any other questions or debate points? Not seeing any. Mayor Bowman, do you have any? Oh, sorry, Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Very good points are coming, and today we are bringing a lot of good motions of public interest. And just now, my colleague, my sister Banjoko was saying that it attracts the people. Rightly so, and we should keep on doing it. And according to my personal latest survey, Fort McMurray is the cheapest in house rent. And it is cheaper than Toronto, Ontario, and cheaper than BC. You may differentiate and have your own idea. Surely we would be progressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Any other questions or debate points? Not seeing any. Mayor Bowman, do you have any closing comments?
I just want to, again, thank the 2013-2017 Council for getting the Willow Square project started, and a special shout out to Councillor Tyron Alt, who is most likely, I'm going to say, asleep right now in Dubai, wherever he is over Middle East, for stashing away $10.5 million for this project. So special thanks to Tyron and the foresight he had back then.
Awesome. Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Any other questions from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor, online, raise your hand. Thank you, Councillor Bussiers, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Cardinal.
You're fitting something good in that chair there, Stu.
2 hands. Oh, I guess we're going hands all the way around. Oh, okay. No, just Mayor Bowman and I, because we switched. Awesome, and that's passed unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Bone. You may have your chair back.
It's now 10:30.
Thanks, everyone. Moving on, 9.2, Councilors' motions. I'll ask Councilor Dogar to read his motion.
Can't hear him.
Can you, Councilor Dogar, your mic isn't on.
Sorry.
Can you read that motion again, please?
Okay, thank you. I repeat it again. I move that council appoint one councillor as deputy mayor on an annual basis. Thank you. You want me to speak, sir?
No.
Wait till somebody seconds it.
What does he say? Yes or no?
Okay, sorry, Councilor Dogar, we don't have a seconder for that.
You didn't go through?
No.
Mr. Mayor, you owe me 1 second. You know, you remember your motion?
Go ahead, Councilor
You didn't
McGrath.
have a second one.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
But because I'm a real process stickler.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, I think we recess at 10:30.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a real stickler for processing. I think it is 10:30.
We're getting close, so we'll see how we make out here. Councilor Dogar, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor McGrath, for helping me. About this motion, I strongly feel that leadership umbrella should be strong one. Only mayor is very busy in protocol matters and dealing with province also, sometime to neighboring municipalities also. So if there's a deputy mayor full-time and he's located in the office here, so he would be available to many of the, sorting out many of the problems. We have very much experienced people who has been in the previous councils like Lance Bouzier, McGrath, and Councillor Ball also knows quite a bit, but he can't come here. But you know, they would be helpful to people like me. You know, I'm a new councillor. You know,
Point of order.
Listen.
Point of order.
Listen.
Councilor Dover, just what's your point of order, Councilor McGrath? Go ahead.
Taking a shot at Councillor Ball.
Yeah, upheld. Councilor Dogar, if you could keep your comment, keep your points to the motion, because the motion doesn't.
I'm giving an example. They know.
Just please.
They know the things more than us.
Councilor Dogar, just 1 second. You keep your comments to the motion. The motion is a council appoint one councillor as deputy mayor on an annual basis. It doesn't speak to full-time. Just keep your comments to what the motion is, please.
I mean to say full-time, you know. He should be here. That's what I mean to say. That is what my motion is. Maybe it's not included.
Because that's not what the motion is. So point of order upheld.
So what do you want?
Do you want to speak to the motion? The motion isn't for full-time. The motion is that council appoint a deputy mayor on an annual basis.
No, I wrote something else and little bit misunderstanding or miscoordination. But I mean to say I can do it now. You have been very kind to other councillors.
Yeah, no, you can amend your,
Motion.
if you want to amend your motion.
I can amend it.
Okay, what is your amended motion?
Yes, on an annual basis, full time. That's it, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
So I mean to say, though, a lot of problems would be, solved. In this council, in this session 21, 7 of us were new. And all, including Mayor, all of us needed some help of the other colleagues. So, they mutual guidance, mutual consultation. So, I feel that there is a necessity and experience, no shortcut to experience. You see that the councillors who are experienced, they gave a lot of good examples of the past. In the recent today, you have seen it. So I feel that that will make the community or this legislative house better and more strong. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Okay, I oppose the change on the amendment, but besides that, moving forward, I think one important thing is council already appointed and deputy mayors and acting mayors our entire term last September, and the September before that, and the October before that, we already get those positions. I know you can't be on that list, but there are councils that are already set that are right now, next month, and the month after, right until the end of our term. Councillor McGrath?
I guess just a query for the chair, and I suspect that what the public should know, I suppose, if I could slow down and explain it. Each and every day, we have a mayor, we have a deputy mayor, we have an acting mayor. And if all three strikes, we have another 8 councillors. I haven't been, I guess, through 30 years, I haven't seen the board or council being short a rep. But my question, I guess, would be back to administration. Is there another municipality, and we don't need to know tonight, because we debate, because I think we're going to get cut off with lights, proper thing. I'm just wondering, is there an example, because you don't have time, because when we make the motions here, you're saying that you don't have time, because what I'd like to say is, okay, so in a community like ours, is there a position that's full-time, like a deputy mayor, or is there actually one on the ballot? Is there something stopping, the municipality from putting that position on a ballot and let the people decide? I don't think it goes against the grain, but I think it's something worth some value. And I just think that we were elected to be together, and I hate the continuance of people taking shots across the table, because we all go through different things in life. And bless you, Mayor, for putting this out there this evening. Not here to beat anybody up. We're here to represent the citizens. And oftentimes we get sidetracked. So the assurance, I guess, first of all, the observation is we have that position, but it rotates. But I guess from now, maybe till the next council meeting, if the administration can look.
Yeah, no, you're right, Councilor McGrath.
Quick days.
Yeah, and you're 100% right, Councilor McGrath. We have positions right now, deputy and acting, with the municipality now, and we always have someone. If deputy and acting can't make it, another councilor always steps up to take on the extra. So council is never without a job.
And if there's anybody knows, better than me, we started Council Corner. Usually hear from the residents. When you're the mayor and the deputy mayor, you can't be making deals with people, and you can hear problems. We got a pulse line. I think the employees do a great job. We got some catching up to do, but we're not recreating the wheel. I guess I'd be just curious to know how many municipalities that the 365 have full-time deputies or even a ballot.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McGrath, and through the chair. For council's awareness, we did, in preparation for the debate on this notice of motion, we did some background research, and so I thought I'd share this with all of council. The Municipal Government Act is silent on the term of an appointment for deputy mayors. Municipalities across Alberta establish these terms differently, and they vary based on each council, in fact. So there is no defined for the deputy mayors. So, and I guess for all of for the benefit of our public, the RMWB's current practice is to rotate the deputy and the acting mayors using a 3-month term to allow all members of council the opportunity to fill these roles a few times during their term on council. And this is guided by council's procedure bylaw, as I'm sure you all are aware, but for our council's or for our public's benefit. And I suppose just for council's consideration, should you proceed or support this motion, council would need to rescind the former schedule and appoint a new deputy mayor, or council could, as a second option, choose to pass this motion with an amendment that this considered at the 2025 organizational meeting following October's municipal election. So we can go backwards or we can go forwards if council was to support this motion.
Thank you, I guess, Acting and Chief Butts. I'd rather go forward because we've done enough going backwards. And I think I appreciate the information you just shared because, in fact, at every organizational meeting, this is an option for the newly elected Minto Council that doesn't break the MGA because we did there before. We wanted OD to be our full time. We had a vote, and we lost the vote, but we lost D2. But anyways, I think the only thing I'd like to know is, I guess, through the chair, if there's an actual place that votes in on election day a deputy mayor.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I'm unaware of that. We would have to do some research
Sure.
looking at the rest of administration. We're unaware of that scenario, but we can, if you wish, we can
Sure.
scan.
If it, as long as it don't tax out people to the point where, I get tagged for asking too many questions, I'd appreciate that because there's nothing wrong with another position that a fellow could consider.
Fair enough.
And I think that, but I also want to support what people, some people don't know, that exactly what the mayor said. We have coverage, and it's up to us. I never put my name in to be an acting mayor or deputy mayor since the new election because we have 8 new councillors that I thought that, share the wealth. Share the wealth. And we're stewards to the people. I think most of the people that elect us, we around next September to reject us or elect us again. That's the way it is.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I do recall that question being asked actually by a previous council, whether or not a deputy mayor could be elected at the election in the same way that the mayor is and councillors are. And unfortunately, the answer to that question is no, because of the Local Authorities Elections Act. So council could change the procedure bylaw to appoint somebody by council vote, but it wouldn't be through a vote of residents.
And to get it, I guess through the chair, I'm thinking this is our in-house legal lady.
Yeah, that was Caitlin.
The hardest working Caitlin. Thank you, Caitlin. Can that rule, that bylaw, be changed in the legislature? Or is that what got to be changed?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor McGrath, as the CAO identified, it would have to be a bylaw amendment because of the schedule in the bylaw.
Would it be a bylaw amendment to elect a deputy mayor, or would it be done in the legislature?
Oh, I apologize. That's correct. You're correct. It would have to be an amendment to the Local Authorities Elections Act and the Municipal Government Act to allow a deputy mayor to be elected.
And that would have to be, like, I guess, notice of motion to council, to us. And I think it's quite a bit of rigor to get that done between now and spring break.
Yes, you'd have to advocate for the province to make those changes.
Thank you, Caitlin, and certainly take the public to say that you're a great mom and you do a great job in this town, because I know that last couple of years you certainly been running a good model for us.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask a question, but I don't know. Let me ask it anyways. I don't know if Anita's in the room.
Yeah, Anita's here.
I don't know if she's able to answer this, but I think if you go back, I don't know, it might have been when council was addressed as aldermen 30 years ago. I don't know. I believe there was a deputy mayor assigned maybe for 6 months of the year annual. And I don't know if it was under late Guy Boutilier's leadership or not, but it's just, I guess if administration is going to go do some research, maybe they can look back at the history of our council and the way it was ran at times.
She look into it? Go ahead, Nita.
You're correct, Councillor Bussiers. Under Mayor Boutillier, we did have a permanent deputy mayor for a short period of time. But it was appointed by council, not through the elected.
Okay, and I don't want to get into a big lengthy discussion. Anita, do you remember if it was done like on a regular basis, or it was just a one-off?
That was a one-off situation. Yep.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor
We're going to
Bussier.
build a rubber road.
Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Councilor Doga, for the motion. I have quite some concerns about the motion. And one of them is your recommendation of how to appoint the deputy mayors and things like that. So I find this a bit challenging, especially right now as we are rounding up this tenure. So I really don't understand this much, because if you appoint a deputy mayor, if the deputy mayor had a job on the side, they resign that job and take this for a year, and then they start looking for another job, or they close their shop in a business and all of that. So I think maybe there's more work to be done about this, but I don't think that this motion itself is ready, because I don't know the criteria, and some of the criteria you are mentioning, I don't get it, and so I don't know how you arrived at your criteria and the digging that you
Thank
did,
you very
the
much.
study that you did before you came to a conclusion on behalf of everyone. Thank you.
Can I
Your
start?
mic's on, Councilor Dogar. Yeah, it's been on all the time.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for giving me the chance. You see, I have a concern with Mr. Mayor. On the outset of the motion, you said that I am now, you being the leader, if you say, everybody will follow you. You see? And surely my reasoning, my logic has gone very weak. So nobody wants to stand with it. You know, I have a point that there should be some, first of all, there will not be any conflict of interest with your post, mayor's post. He would be helping hand to you, to assist you, and to help us new councillors who are weak. You see, every time I need to ask something, to discuss something, and select a line of action, his office is there. I can straight away walk to him. And
So
probably
this is-
you are very busy. I cannot reach out to you. And surely, you know, about the point which Councillor Banjoko has raised, yes, you know, anybody who comes forward out of our selection, I hope he is not busy in his workplace. If he is available, only then we can elect him. You see, that these are the points of discussion. That's why we are discussing. And maybe we unanimously feel that we postpone it and take it to the next term also.
Oh, okay, so this role is to support you in your questions and
no,
things
you asked
that
me
you
a
are
question.
weak about? I don't get it.
Madam, you
no,
asked.
No, that was the point you made. So this role will be someone you can go to. I'm not saying that's not now a good idea. I just want to be sure before I vote.
No, listen, madam. Now it's very simple. You know, if it is approved, then the second phase, we, out of all councillors, 10 of us, they would elect one, our leader. Okay. You know, who would be for the 1 year or the remaining months. You know, if it is not approved, and most likely it is not going to be approved. Because the leader says no twice and everybody trends accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Councilor Dogar, I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not opposed to deputy mayor. What I'm saying is we already have deputy mayor. And I think the best way to learn, like you're talking about new councilors learning, the best way to learn is to be in that role. So everyone has a chance to be deputy mayor, acting mayor. And those roles are quite busy, especially this time of year with graduations. It's fire season. So right now, I think Councilor Weigel is deputy mayor right now. Moving in next month, Councilor Ball is deputy mayor and acting mayor is Councilor Banjoko. So there's already a schedule of deputy mayors for the rest of our term. So that's kind of, do you have any closing statements before we vote?
Sir, these are the minor adjustments if somebody has to do it. We do the major adjustments where millions of dollars are, you know, some changes are made. No, this is final by, you know, you can carry out the voting if you want.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Dogar. So I'll call for a vote. Sorry, just to clarify, the motion is Councilor Dogar moved that council appoint one councillor as deputy mayor on an annual basis, just to clarify for everybody. So we'll call for a vote. All in favor online? Councilor McGrath in favor, thank you. And opposed online? Thank you. And that's defeated with 2 in favor. Thanks, everyone. And like I said, we're going to end the meeting now and the remaining motions put till May 20th. The reason being, we just need to, I don't think too many good decisions are made after that time, and staff need to be here tomorrow morning at 8:30. So in being conscious of that, we'll end the meeting for tonight. Meeting's adjourned. Have a good evening. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around. It was a very productive meeting. I also want to mention a special happy birthday to Councillor Ken Ball, who's still the youngest guy on ACOA. And also a quick shout out before we finish, just to our staff that started community cleanup today and along the highway, which is not a responsibility, but we're taking pride in our community. And the number today up to Hardin Street they got was 4,400 kilograms of garbage they collected today. So huge shout out to our staff. Have a good night, everybody.
Mayor Bowman? Mayor Bowman?
Yeah, Councilor Rath?
One other very important happening tomorrow. The alders are going to upside down the kings, and they're going to come home and carry on prodding.
They should have did that last night. Thanks. I'm definitely on side with you there, Councilor McGrath. Have a good night.
Thank you.